And we are back once again with another episode of Icewindale, Rime of the Frostmaiden. When we last left the party, they were traveling on their way back through the towns towards East Haven. A certain speakers meeting was finally about to be underway, and you had only a few hours to spare, and you thought, why not visit the very last town on your list, Dugan's Hole. After all, no word has been heard from them in some time, and it was very evident why. Once you finally arrived, there were two winter wolves stalking the outskirts. Just the night prior, they had kidnapped two kids out of their bed. The speaker was old and grey, and there's no militia to send after them. The Winter Wolves demanded a ransom in gold and food. They didn't have either to spare. So, you set out, encountered these Winter Wolves, though realizing this was somewhat of a trap. You decided to try and flee and run, but they didn't chase. So, you had to instead actually follow them. You actually had to kind of spring this trap in order to make sure that the kids were safe. And as soon as you found the ice giant lodge, you realized the gigantic woolly mammoth inside was enraged and saw you guys as potentially the ones responsible for its master's death. But thankfully, someone was very quick off the mark and quick to calm down the beast before it charged, and explain that you weren't even remotely close to the party that killed the actual giant. Indeed, these were descriptions of the previous champions of Icewindale, the champions of the Hall, Bruna, Fritz Stewart, and Wolfgar Catabria. These legendary heroes that have taken down the ice giant. You decided instead you could perhaps offer a funeral, and you went around collecting all kinds of trinkets that would be fitting for this honorable warrior and hunter. And you also cleared out some infestation of some kobolds and found a stone chewinga. And lastly, you found a evidence that a Remoraz is prowling this land. Somewhere there's a gigantic insect that can burrow through earth, and that's terrifying because they don't seem to have any kind of natural predator. Yep, they are the most terrifying creature. And
more for us
lastly,
to kill.
you found yeah, or for it to kill. We'll see. Finally, you activated the runes on the throne, and this seemed to summon a swirl of wind and cold, and a localized blizzard began to whip up. And indeed, it was enough that it would actually entomb the entire lodge itself. It was actually more of a fitting burial site than you had previously had in mind. And so, finally, sealing the entrance, the mammoth placed the ornament of a dragon's skull at the front, and then hung the horn, like effectively what was a drinking horn on the horns of the dragon. Mm-hmm. Now, if you ever want to call upon this woolly mammoth, they said that they would answer the call for one final battle, perhaps a fitting end for a long lone hunter. And with that, you headed back to Dugan's Hole, making sure to berate the wolves one last time and threaten that should they ever attack anyone, they will basically be dishonoring their master, that they had no honor themselves. And hopefully that's enough to keep these wolves away, but you didn't end up killing them this time around, but they did back up. When you arrived back, you did get the reward of a pair of boots. They are boots of the Winterland, and they're going to help you survive in this cold far reaches of the Icewindale, which is perfect timing because this is what you plan to set out to. Kind of where we left off. You were perhaps gathering up your mounts and about to set back off to Goodmead to talk to Dirk about the council meeting.
Yep.
While you're
Do we
here,
need to escort the speaker?
you can do. Yeah, you would if you would like to. I would definitely help, since there are giant wolves still technically out there. But while you're here, Stef, you definitely feel there's a bit of a rustle in your belongings. The bag, known as Naught, seems to be trying to get your attention.
Yeah, sure. I'll pull him out and be like, "Hey, buddy, what's wrong there? You hungry? I'm sure we can find some rats."
Rats? No, I had something much bigger in mind.
Oh,
You know that when we first met, there was talk of an ancient site, a place of power.
Oh,
Just so happens that's right here, over yonder.
what's yonder again?
Over there.
Over there.
They are what was known as the 20 Stones of Thrun. They are a line of megaliths, a circle or other.
Oh, can you point out the direction? Yonder isn't very specific.
I would point, but I have no arms. That way.
What did I give you a tongue for?
Yeah.
Just stick it in the wind.
No,
Yeah, that's
there, the other way. Ah.
Yeah, you wanna go check out the stones? Mr. Handbag over here seems super interested.
Sure, what's the worst that can happen?
I guess.
What's the worst that can happen?
What's her name? The witch is going here as well, right? You gave her a book about it.
Not this one specifically, but I gave her a book, and we were supposed to meet somewhere with her, but I forgot where exactly.
Yeah, it was a book about the Stones of Thun.
Yeah.
Which is in Dugan's Hall.
Well, one of them. There's 20 in total, right?
Yeah, they're in a circle.
Oh, so it's all okay. I don't know.
These are the Stones of Thun.
Ah, okay, now I got it. I thought they were like, I'm not sure, but we gave Mrs. Witch Lady a book. Where is she actually, Senrith? She was supposed to teach me as well.
She was waiting for her sleds.
So she said that she would meet you in East Haven purely because you would have to travel to another town first anyway. She said, well, while you're doing that, I'll finish my sled and then I'll meet you in East Haven. We can learn the spell there. Okay? So, yeah. Right now, Velin is actually in possession of a book known as the 20 Stones of Thrun, which is a lore book on this location. Thankfully, though, you've basically got the talking encyclopedia on the subject. And as you approach, heading up the hill, this silent megalith triangle formation seems to be untouched and undisturbed by the people of Dugan's Hall. It's perhaps one of the most, or maybe the only, interesting feature in Dugan's Hall. And just standing at this... What do they call it? Dugan's Hall?
Yeah, maybe they have an awesome hole. Don't shit on their town like that.
I do believe Dugan was perhaps one of the first to inhabit it, perhaps? I don't know the actual history myself, but...
As I approach this mighty, mythical, magical place, right? Do my arcane spider senses tingle? Do they feel anything?
Well, they seem to be crudely fashioned, but they're not made of what you would consider a traditional looking stone. It's an interesting mineral. You'd have to roll a nature check to really determine what they're made of. But they are clearly laid out in some sort of triangle formation, with the 20th stone being in the middle.
Mm-hmm. So,
And actually, I will say that now is the time to actually know about Dugan, because your book gives a little bit of history.
okay.
Yes. No one quite knows who built this structure or why. The townsfolk maintained that the stones were there when the town's founder, a Chondathian man named Dugan de Brace, first happened upon this fishing spot. Scholars have tried to research the origin of the structure's name, but all they have found are allusions to a creature named Thrun. In the oldest legends of the northern folk, some speculate Thrun was a god, whilst others believe it's a destructive elemental spirit bound to this location by ancient druidic magic.
Oh, druidic magic, huh?
And yeah, go ahead and roll that nature check and see if you can recognize what kind of
Just
stonework
me
this
or
is.
others as well?
Anyone who's looking at the stones can roll it.
I mean, I guess we got that out of the way already.
Tiny rock.
Yeah, Roki is have you gone right up to the rocks? Yeah, like prodding them, poking them. The stones are actually something you know somehow, Steph, because it's actually quite a high DC. It's 15. But yeah, this is called augurite, and it can be used by masons and stonesmiths to enchant sediment with magic tied to the stars and their position. And I think, has anyone got any guidance they can add to the 90? They might get additional information.
Yeah.
Guided.
Guidance, go.
Hey, there we go.
Press the button.
Perfect. All right, you break the 20, and it seems though this must be tied to some sort of constellation.
Mhm.
Maybe there's one in this pattern, perhaps in the night sky somewhere. But that's what augurite would definitely be used for in this pattern. It's kind of reminiscent. That is, you know what? It's reminiscent of a constellation you may have once actually studied, and that is known as the Rexus Beast. It's a single constellation that represents an ancient beast lord, perhaps since long lost to myth, but the acolytes of your temple, they have seen such constellations before. They've studied them,
I
and
try
yeah.
really hard to recall something. I recall nothing.
Well, it's just you're trying to recall your own personal role.
Oh, what's in my personal role?
Well, yeah, I didn't ask for a history check, but I don't know what you're trying to recall.
Yeah, the information about the Beast Lord. I don't know.
That's the net. That was what the 20 nature checks for.
Ah, okay.
Technically, that has to do with nature, less history. But you do know that if these are clearly tied to a constellation, it must mean that they have to be aligned with a certain constellation.
I see.
That being said, in order for these kind of things to work, someone would have had to inscribe some sort of runes on them. And I guess, Roki, as you're looking real close at the central one, you would like to give me either a perception or an investigation check. You might just see something. Get what time of day this is. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Roki got the 20. Oh, okay. Perfect. There is some sort of inscription, but it's so faint. It's not like light up with glowing runes or anything. Perhaps though, on a starry night, one that aligns with this, they may begin to glow. But you're kind of like scraping away some of the snow and rime, and you can actually see this fairly clearly with your dark vision, your eyes of the night. And it starts to read in some sort of druidic, perhaps, you can tell. And the inscription goes all the way around it. There's a bunch of this. There's probably like paragraphs and paragraphs of this written in druidic. Got the nat 20, so I'll say that you can see a lot.
It's in druidic?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
we can read druidic multiple ways actually.
I can read some words.
I can
You can take some time to read it.
I can ritual cast comprehend language. So
Okay. Yeah. I think Tali is the only person you've come across who can read like naturally. But to everyone else, they just kind of look like weird hieroglyphics.
There was a tabaxi in
Oh, that's right.
Dineville?
Foxes in the
Yep.
snow.
That one.
Yeah, she could probably read it as well. True.
She taught me a
All
couple
right.
of words.
do his couple of
You would-
words get us somewhere?
No. not
Yeah,
that
you can
far.
see like the word for like beast and circle. You can see the word for blood. You can see
Oh,
the
new
word
words.
for fury. But other than that, it's a bit of a tough read for Tracker.
Okay.
Having someone here who can comprehend languages will definitely
Yeah.
solve this.
I will spellbook comprehend languages.
Can Juniper read?
They can speak it. I don't. Sorry, not speak it. They can like understand it. Yeah. It'd be hard like communicating it back.
So it takes me like
Okay.
10 minutes to cast comprehend language, I guess.
Yep. In that case, then you're just sort of waiting out here in the cold, wondering which of the rumors could be true about this thing, whether it is some sort of ancient seal holding back a spirit or creature named Thrun. You finally get the spell complete and point out the hieroglyphics. They are something of a rhyme or perhaps incantation. Or maybe it's a warning. Either way, I'll read it to you and you can make up your own mind as to what perhaps they really are. And it says, here within this sacred mound lies a beast of winter's anger bound. Our promise made, our promise held. The teeth and claw of Thrun are felled. Beware, beware, its fury comes. Following it around, you see more, and it just continues on. A circle drawn to trap its rage. Here you stand, atop our graves. 10 and 10, our blood was spilt. Servants of beasts, our lives did wilt. Beware, beware, its fury comes. It seems to follow, the inscription seems to always follow this weird pattern that kind of wraps around and always finds its way back to that other line. Almost as if like all the inscriptions are like chains wrapped around the stone, coming back to that one phrase.
I see. So
10.
10 and 10,
Yeah.
I can interpret that as the number 20. So I guess every one of the small stones is a gravestone. So I have read the incantation, right? Can I attempt to
You've read a
recite
portion of it.
Oh, I mean,
Yeah, you've read about a third of it.
I've read about a
There's
third
still
of it.
more.
Let's do more. Then let's read
Okay.
more.
I'll say though, as you do look back, and Steph, as you're kind of like contemplating, maybe these are graves. There is a slight kind of mound of snow to a few of them. Not all of them. Some you would easily walk past and not realize, but others look more recent, as if someone has just been recently buried here. You can see signs of bits of like earth and soil amongst just the snow. And if it was any day in Icewindale, the snow would have buried that soil a long time ago.
I see.
10 and 10, we laid our lives. If slayed again, then Thrun would rise. The offerings must be of pairs of hands, like that of man and elf and dwarven clans. Beware, beware, its fury comes. Once
Alright.
atop the red-soaked hill, drink from cup the blood of your kill. Then stand and face the center stone. Speak, arise, Thrun, may death be sown. Beware,
Oh.
beware, its fury comes.
I see. If we bring it hands, so pairs of hands from elves, dwarves, and humans, right?
Mm-hmm.
It says from hands like creatures like those.
Give you some hands. I mean, what?
I mean, it said elves, dwarf, and humans. I don't know if that was like super specific about it. And then we have to spill some blood here and
Yeah.
summon him, I guess.
It sounds like some ritual to release a captive beast.
Mm. I mean, knowing by some mythology that I'm aware of loosely, Thrun is usually the name of a mighty troll king. So
Gathering.
I don't know if that's related to this at all, but I know in Norse media, Thrun is the king of the trolls.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
it's not. Yeah, it's represented in a few folklore. Yeah.
so I guess if we ever want to fight a really big troll or make friends with him, we don't know for sure, you know. We've been this work before. We can.
The bag speaks up and does say something.
Ah, hands. That explains it. I was wondering why Kadroth was stuffing me full of severed hands.
Oh, you do have some hands with you, huh?
Yes, just a few spare hands.
Mm-hmm. You guys, you want to summon the big ass troll, or we do that after the speaker meeting?
There's a final bit to the inscription that Faith says we want to finish reading the inscription first.
Oh, yeah.
I don't.
I always think you're
I like
done.
this.
That's one thing.
Yeah. There's one last section. Perhaps we should heed its last warning. Okay, and then you can see it says, once its form blots out the skies, its fealty you hold until sunrise. Upon that hour you must deliver a new sacrifice for Thrun's hunger. Beware, beware, its fury comes. May this prison hold for years beyond, that only in need will you break our bond. If your task comes to its end, return Thrun here and speak again. Beware, beware. Fury comes.
How many hands do you have with you, Lord?
It almost sort of uses its tongue to feel around inside of its cheeks.
There's definitely at least one pair in here. This one was a powerful wizard, I believe.
Oh, wizard hands.
Yes, they taste like they were many ink-stained hands, rings, tattoos. Yeah, it's definitely some sort of spellcaster.
I was going to ask, is it because of the bad guano that you're tasting?
No.
So the way I interpret this all, and I don't know if the party agrees with me, is we can summon this guy, and he has to help us for the entire night.
Okay.
But in the morning, he needs more hands, or he's gonna murder us. Or we
Not
can bring
just
him.
us.
Yeah, no, probably not us. But we can bring him back here, and he sleeps. Is that right? Can you reset the last part again? Like, can we always just bring him back here? I don't know. This sounds too good to be true.
I think the last part says that when we are done, or before he is out of our control, you're supposed to bind him to the place again.
Yeah.
Or give him new hands so he stays in control. Also, there was something about blotting out the sky, so maybe it's not a troll. Prune. Maybe it's a winged creature.
Or a giant.
Yeah. I mean, the troll can be pretty gigantic, right?
Yeah.
It's bigger. It's
Faith
bigger than a troll.
Steps back a moment and looks at the entirety of the triangle. Her eyes gonna like go wide. Yeah, go on.
Can I use a divine sense just to get a feel for the place?
You feel an unsettling sensation as you cast Divine Sense. This ground is certainly desecrated in this sort of formation. You can almost sense the entire outline, except for the fact that it seems to be incomplete. Almost as if it was in the process of being desecrated, but isn't yet fully.
Okay. You said there is some hills that have like fresh dirt on them, right?
That's right.
I just assumed that's one of them, right? Can I examine the ground further?
Yes, you can. Digging with your hands or with your shovel? Oh no,
I don't have a
gave your shovel
anymore.
away.
I gave my shovel.
All right. Yeah. This would be a perfect time. But oh well. Okay. You will instead use your hands and you just start digging through the soil. It is indeed some sort of shallow grave. There is no body though. Instead, you find cold, withered hands that have actually got some bone protruding from the wrist as well. And I suppose if you would like to give me either an investigation or a medicine check,
Let's
just to sort of identify them.
Let's see what I'm better at. Investigation. And where's medicine? Can I not read? I'm better at investigation.
Go ahead. Okay.
Anybody wanna give me a guidance?
Could I instead help and do a medicine check?
Okay. You can, yeah, you could even dig up a different pair of hands and then make that on those.
No.
Sure. Wow, natural 20 on Sir Roland, Jesus. Okay. So, what you identify is these hands are, first of all, these are recently buried here, Sir Roland. With an nat 20, you'd estimate probably about maybe a few days ago. They are cold to the touch. Obviously, they've been here more than a few hours, but there's no rotting on them. They haven't like stripped down to the bone, and the flesh hasn't fully discolored yet. It's obviously it would have been like frostbitten and stuff, but a decayed flesh would be like it'd be obvious. It'd be like atrophying and decaying at the knuckles and such. This is a fresh pair of hands. Someone is clearly buried here. Someone close or within at least a day's travel of here have been planting them. With your 19 on investigation, or 21 actually with the guidance, Stef can also make out there are bite marks around the flesh at the base of the wrist. In fact, you can even tell the bone at the wrist has been gnawed on. You can see little tiny indents of teeth.
If only
The
that
worst.
was...
Yeah. Go on.
Oh, sorry. I'm thinking
go
of
ahead.
intelligent wolves. That gnaw bones.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. The worst part is with a 21. Maybe you didn't want to know this information. You can actually tell they're human teeth that have done this.
Oh,
Mm-hmm. Yep. You can see like that same circular kind of semicircle bite into one of the hands. Yeah, not like powerful canines that have ripped this thing, but no, like someone's gnawed with human teeth.
mm-hmm. I see.
Um,
So, what is
looking.
within
Yeah.
a day of your... I'm sorry if I'm interrupting, but I think we just
No,
started.
I'm just
What
saying,
is...
like, there's another pair which is similar, perhaps though more like 3 days ago, and then one that's maybe 4 days ago, and like you're starting to build up a picture. Someone's killing, severing these hands, chewing whatever's remained, and depositing them back here, and they're collecting them and doing this over the course of days. And looking around, you can see that they're close to completion on this thing.
Yeah.
Right.
So my question would be, what is within a day's travel of here except for Dugan's Or,
I mean,
like, do we have any reasonable doubt that it's not somebody from Dugan's Hole, since it's, like, right over?
Any town is within a day's travel of Dugan's Hole. However, you've only really come across one other person who could actually read this to understand what it says. And that's either Foxes in the Snow or Tali from Bremen.
Or the druids that we encountered, the evil ones.
the druids and Villain is able to read this, probably. I
Who's that?
wouldn't be...
Valin, yeah.
Valin.
That's true.
I wouldn't be surprised if Everest can read this.
Probably.
The albino tiefling.
Probably in the same fashion you just did.
Yeah.
As you mentioned avarice, I don't know if anyone's actually noticed on the map, but some of your passive perceptions are high enough. You can definitely make out there has been a crow that has been flying over the party a few times. It's taken a few, flybys.
That would be a familiar, right? And Avros had a crow familiar, right?
Everest had a crow familiar.
Okay.
There he goes. You see it going across the map. Yeah, any normal crow would have probably flown on and made its way to wherever it was going. But this one, after you've been spending 10 minutes here, has definitely flown by, circled around, and just taken a few, drive-bys. And now you're starting to suspect this is perhaps more than just an average crow.
How high is it flying?
As you're looking up at it, it's perhaps maybe 90 feet up. And it starts to notice that everyone is kind of looking up. And it actually starts to swoop down, circling around until finally it comes to land on the central stone right atop the one Roki's looking at. And as it tilts its head, blinks for a moment, when it finally opens its beak, it speaks in a feminine voice instead. Ah, so you're not the ones who are returning with extra hands. But it seems you've deduced what this place is. I must applaud you then. But I'm wondering, what do you intend to do with them? you intend to release the beast, or wait and see who turns up?
Well, wait, let's go over here. Well, what is the beast exactly?
Good question. Likely anyone in our lifetime hasn't seen it,
Hmm. Mhm.
but it's tied to the Beast Lord. Could be any number of things. After all, Malar is a god of many forms.
Wait,
Wait, we're waiting.
that name does sound familiar.
Yeah, anyone listening can hear it and roll a religion check.
Oh, that's why. Wait. Oh, fuck.
Religion check, did you say? I feel like I
Yeah.
can do that.
Mhm. Yeah, anyone who hears the name Malar.
That was easy.
Okay, that's not bad. Yeah, these are good rolls. Seems people have heard of Malar, the Beast Lord, a lesser deity, but no less dangerous, known for domains over hunting, stalking, bloodlust, and bestial savagery. They are the epitome of the dark, bloody side of nature. And in his more favorable aspects, he was worshipped by those who identified with the wild natures, as well as the grace of amorality and predators. But in recent times, they've sort of been shunned and perhaps feared by other druids. But yeah, despite the despised nature, they're sort of still seen as a sort of a balance to nature. That druids do have a sort of tendency to uphold, but yeah, they fear it before they would worship it. That's for sure.
Well, I do have a question for Avernus here, right? We're talking with Avernus.
Hmm? Everest.
Avernus, sorry.
As it happens, the actual holy symbol of Malar is like literally a severed, like wolf hand dripping with blood, and they're also very well known to be like a god that lycanthropes would worship. Anyway.
Oh,
Ask him
that's
if he's
where I
a
know the name
mountain.
from.
Well, my question towards Crow person would be, if she's seen who is walking in and out of here, if she's willing to part with that information.
I see. You wish to partner up, perhaps, on this little investigation?
Oh, she's investigating herself? I mean, we can't just have a hand-stealing murderer run around, I guess.
Indeed. What catastrophes this beast would unleash upon the 10 towns? Well, sounds like it'd be all our problems.
Wait, since when are you interested in the well-being of the Tentons?
I think we've got off on the wrong foot, if that's what you think of me. I came here looking for like-minded people.
Okay.
I didn't want to wish harm upon anyone. In fact, when I arrived, that little cult you disposed of had already situated itself quite snugly. I just saw that they were clearly people of action, initiative, and of course they had a magical bag that seems to know everything about the Icewindale.
Is she aware that I'm having the bag with me? Like, is it in plain sight? Or...
That is exactly what you remember hearing was the last thing. Do you remember when I said you see the Avarice, but instead of jumping into the fray, she basically messaged you something? Or responded to your psionic Yeah, she said effectively, and she says the words now and as a repeat to you, and she says, I don't care what you do with this little band of cultists. Just don't lose the bag. Keep it safe and learn. We will meet again, I'm sure.
Okay, now I remember. Thanks. Remembering is up.
And it seems you've done just that. Yes, I know you have it. I saw you walking around and using it to investigate the stones.
It's not very friendly to spy on friends, you know?
It's really for my own safety, you must understand. Last time I saw you, you were cutting down Dragonborn left, right, and center. So forgive me if I'm a little bit cautious.
Wait, I didn't cut
Yeah,
down
they
all-
were bad guys.
They did attempt to kill us.
Yes,
Oh.
I understand. They are
Yeah,
murderers, megalomaniacs, and delusional, Shardlin maddened individuals.
Oh wait, what's her what's your relation to the shaman?
I don't touch the stuff with a barge pole.
Okay. Well, isn't that
Pretty
really-
obvious what the stuff does, and I've no other methods really to cleanse it, but I can see the appeal. Dark power, promise of magical weapons.
Oh.
Yes, it's enough for a lesser mind to fall prey to.
Hey,
You
why
can-
do I feel like I'm getting dumped on here?
Wait, you're saying you can cleanse this stuff? Or there are ways to cleanse it?
She said she cannot, that's why she's
Uh,
not.
You see the little crow kind of shrug and tilt its head? There may be a way.
hmm,
I haven't really looked into it. My insights and motivations for being here aren't quite related to the Shardlin, but to something else buried beneath the snow.
What's very big
What
for
is that something else? I guess ancient
Oh!
civilization.
Yeah.
And that's
Um,
the one.
Ancient civilization talk. I mean,
Wasn't Harpel asking around what she was up to?
yes, but we shouldn't let her know about that tracker. They don't seem to be on great terms. Um, what exactly is this ancient civilization? Kadrov also mentioned it.
I'm surprised you haven't asked the little bag more about it.
Well, Nod has been busy.
I was
He has been very helpful with lots of things.
actually kind of hoping you would be able to tell me more about it, as I believe it's been so long and so forgotten that no one's even wrote a simple textbook about it. Or maybe that's because all the textbooks have been swallowed up by an interdimensional bag creature. I can
That's
tell you a
not-
little bit, but my
Yeah,
question
you
first is,
first.
why do you care to know? Would you like to perhaps join me on an expedition to find it?
Well,
We
right
could
now
be
we're
allies.
well, right now you don't quite earned the ally status yet. Right now we are trying to resolve an administrative situation in Icewindale.
I see. Yes, trust does take time to build. Well,
Hmm.
if I tell you a bit about it, will you at least consider the idea?
I mean, it would help. Depends on what we find out about it.
I mean, if we weren't busy, I'd want to go.
Yeah, I mean, we all know that we want to go, but we are gonna have to postpone it for reasons.
We are very busy.
Before even considering teaming up, can I ask one thing? These
Mhm.
hands are not your doing, right?
No.
Yeah, I already
no.
asked.
Would it be
I saw who
helpful
came,
to
though.
us and you if someone dug up these hands and removed them for the time being?
That would be wise, lest whoever does deliver the final pieces will have command of the beast,
Well,
according to the
wait.
inscriptions.
How many hands are even missing from the graves? Can we like do a count?
I mean, if
You
I
can-
start digging them up, we can get a clear sight of how
yeah.
many there are.
From what I've gathered is we can kind of tell already by the way the graves look.
You can. I guess it becomes a little bit less and less obvious if they're more recent. It's obvious. If they've been buried a long time ago, then they're going to be covered up by now. The little crow does sort of squawk for a moment before you go digging and says, whilst that is perhaps one avenue, the other is, well, once you've dug these up, whoever's delivering them is going to know that someone's onto their plan. It's not usually the way I would handle it. I like to keep my cards close to my chest. If someone were orchestrating something, I'd want to disrupt it right at the last moment. That's when they would least suspect it. You start digging up hands, and, well, they're going to know. They might even start trying to find you, rather than you find who they are.
Oh, that
Just
sounds
saying,
great. We
is
don't
all.
have to go look for
I
them.
mean, that does sound like a very efficient way of going, though.
Yeah, that sounds
I
so much
like
easier.
I like your confidence. I do. But you should perhaps know a little bit about them before you do.
I mean, so she does know, yeah. Then tell us about this hand collector. We are definitely curious.
All right, then. As a sign of good faith and trying to build in the interest of building trust, I will tell you. The ones who've come by are wearing wolf pelts. They look like far-flung travelers, nomads even. They don't look like they're from 10 towns. Their demeanor is far more wild and rugged. The pups, you know them.
They're the Ragged Wolf tribe. Wait, there is a tribe nearby.
Or is there?
We saw a nearby tribe from the cairn.
Oh, I see.
They were traveling nearby Dogan's Hole, I believe. That was a 10 day ago.
Mm-hmm. I mean, do we have time to go? I mean, is it the rugged wolf tribe? Can she confirm or deny?
That sounds like
The
them.
description she gave, if they're not 10-towners and they are clothed like nomads with wolf belts, they're definitely the wolf tribe.
They were very well armed as well. Spears, axes, and the like, hunters.
So we can tell that they probably brought a pair of hands here every day, right? In daily intervals. How many of the 20 graves are actually filled out, Mr. Game Master? What do I spy with my little eye?
You would need to, I would say that you would need to dig them all up and get them to basically get the count. And once you've done that, you've disturbed the graves. Not that they're
But just looking at
summon an angry spirit or anything.
the dug up ones that I can see.
Yeah, it's you're guessing, right? If you want to confirm for sure, you'd have to dig them all up. But you're kind of guessing anywhere between like 5 to 8 kind of deal.
Which one is the last stone? Or rather, if we go to the last stone, or the stone that has the freshest dug up mounts, and then we go 5 stones past and dig up there.
Right. You're assuming that they buried them one after another in a sequence?
Yes.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Sorry,
Okay.
that is how I understood
You
your
would do it.
description.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's like
sure.
the way I
But
understood it.
of course, I'm just saying that you can do that if you want, but you're basically estimating still. And if you want to get the exact number, you would need to literally dig them up. So you can go on a guess, and I'll let you roll for it. So as you dig up this one, you said like 5 on from that one. You can give me like another medicine or an investigation check. Probably medicine, I guess. Now you're trying to determine like age or number count.
Now, what I'm doing or hoping to do is, if they are burying them in a circle,
Uh-huh.
and then from the last one, I check 5 days later, or the stone that would have a hand in 5 days, and if it's empty, then we've got a couple of days respite. If there's a hand,
It is.
I'm gonna dig
Uh-huh.
up the next 3 graves.
I mean,
It
I
is
just
empty.
let's just see what the roll gives us first.
So
maybe.
I was expecting you to go the other way around. Now that I get what you're trying to do, you're going 5 stones on. It's empty, and you can probably tell that they've got plenty more to fill yet. Right, you wouldn't know just how many unless you dug them up. But that was the original plan. If you still want to stop them, if you want to set them back all the way, you can just dig up all the hands, right? Or you could try to wait and see what they're. You could wait for them to return. The thing is, the Raven speaking says, I predict that if someone is onto them, when they next come back here, they'll likely be in full force, or they might grow more desperate and
They'll bring
acquire
more
hands in a
hands.
more, in a more like expedient way. And the crow kind of gestures towards the towns. I don't know where they're getting these hands, though.
I mean, you said I have a tattooed hand or something, right? Is what we saw. It's what he described. Can I ask not to maybe spit it out?
Well, you could reach in and grab it yourself. Just
Yep.
think of a hand.
I will think of a pair of tattooed hands and attempt to grab it from Nod.
Well, a little bit further. Put your whole elbow down in there.
Yeah, Nod. I
You-
trust you. I'll put it all the way in. Whatever.
Yeah, all right. You find
If he's
you
eating
find
me,
yourself. Yeah. You find yourself falling all the way into this space, and I'll drag you in.
wait, how? I
know.
carry Nod on me, right? Oh wait.
Oh boy, here you go. You fall on land on this kind of fleshy mound right here, and
It's
bounce
a
off
very
of
big hand, guys.
it. To you, it looks gigantic, but you know that you've just simply been shrunk down. Oh goodness,
it.
though! In front of you is exactly what he described: some sort of gnawed, severed hand, that perhaps of a spellcaster with kind of rings and
Wait.
tattoos. The nails are
that
kind of
the-
clawed.
Symbol of the Red Wizards.
Yeah. I've seen the movie. I think that is their symbol.
Thayan?
Yeah, that's what
Is it a
those.
Thayan tattoo? I guess if you want to look at it and have a guess, it'd probably be more like an Arcana check.
Arcana.
Because
like
you're
I'm looking
guessing.
at them, but
No.
I wouldn't notice.
Okay. That isn't the symbol of the Red Wizards. The Red Wizards normally have what looks to be like a sphere with a red spiral going down, and then along the spiral is kind of like these red globes. Here, I'll actually show you. Here you go. This is what the actual symbol would look like. But it does seem to sort of have that hint of Thayan to it. It could very well be some similar inscription or tattoo. But you rolled a natural 20, I might as well say that this is basically a ranking of a red wizard.
Okay.
And the ranking is of mostly a higher power. Yeah.
I want power.
Strings.
Forget the hands, grab the pink unicorn. Grab the pink unicorn.
That's
you
not
already
here,
got-
unfortunately.
That's another part of the bag.
Yeah, that's missing, unfortunately. Yeah.
I mean,
that sword looks fun.
I assume I can only. I don't have spell slots right now, so I cannot do anything about this situation.
Can't you
I
cast
forgot.
Identify with a ritual?
I mean, I rolled a net 20 on Arcana. Are those rings magical?
One or two of them might be. The spiky one you think might just be simply for some spell that can draw blood or something. There's like a weird fanged one. The one with the gem though does look it looks kind of magical. It's not as stained by the blood as the other ones. It's still like pristine. I think that's an eye.
Anyway, let's get back to Nod. Like, Nod brought me here for a reason, I assume, so he probably has something he wants to tell me.
He does, and I guess whilst you're here in private, he will ask you.
So, a magical beast that can be commanded under your control. Are you not at least a little tempted?
Oh, I'm super tempted. I think everybody around me also knows that I'm tempted. I made no secret of that.
What about the the goody Rust Shoes? I think he'll have some sort of protest against evil consecrated ground, right? Desecrated, rather. It's clearly something bad.
Yeah, but he also loves to fight big things. He's just trying to get a reason to get on his chicken.
The beautiful thing is, you might not need to fight it. If you follow those instructions, I'm sure it'll be perfectly safe.
Yeah, but fighting it also sounds cool.
Well, I would urge you to think more smart about this endeavor. You could always save it for when you really need a push for something.
I think we will figure out a way to make this useful.
Why don't you store all the hands inside me for the time being? And then we can come back and bury them in our own time. You can't hear this.
Sorry.
I cannot hear this, no. It seems like it's my morale in the back of my head. Sure, we could probably do that, or we will ambush the guys, the tribesmen. Well, we will figure that out in time. But one thing, can I take the ring that hand is wearing? The magical looking one?
Oh, yes, it's all yours.
I mean, how can I take it off? Can you take it off? I'm a bit vertically challenged right now.
I'll spit out the hand in a moment. I just wanted to kind of confer with you and get your ideas as to what we're gonna do with this whole
Well,
room thing.
we are still trying to figure that out, I guess.
Yeah. Well,
You're part
tell
of the
you what
team
then.
or not. No decisions get made alone. We are
It's
rating
alright.
together. I guess.
Well, I could make. Well, how about this then? How about you convince the party to make a trade of sorts?
I mean, what is the offer for the party?
Well, the ring,
Oh,
magical ring. Yeah.
I mean, what do you want him to do for the magical ring?
I would very much love to see this ritual come to fruition.
So you just want
Something I
to
can document for the ages.
you want to see the beast summoned. I think we all want to see the beast summoned. We're just trying to figure out a way to go about it. Certainly, there's a lot of people that are interested in this thing getting summoned, so it must be a great idea, right? That's usually how it works.
It's a fantastic idea. I can't wait. Well, you don't even need to do the killing. If these guys show up and, put all their hands in one basket, you come along, kill them, and finish the ritual.
One thing about you seem to know a whole lot about is like one thing about the hands, right? Are they any special hands or are they just like hands?
This does look like a special hand. I think perhaps the quality of the hand means, or the spellcaster, maybe it summons a more magical pedigree of monster. That's just a theory, though.
Oh, I know just the town where we killed a lot of spellcasters.
All right. Well, sounds like we're all on the same page. Perfect.
Sure. Yeah. Well,
Would
spin
you like
me
to go
back
back?
up. Beam me up, Naughty.
All right. And as you're feeling like you're falling out of this space, you do spy a amulet that is sort of almost nonchalantly dangled in front of your face momentarily, and then it's pulled away into the darkness again. Yeah, an amulet.
I didn't check that one out in the back. I guess it's my bad.
No, it's something. Yeah, that's all right. No, it's something else. But it's almost as if they're kind of not taunting you, but they're kind of reminding you that there's many more little trinkets where this one came from, sort of thing. So, yeah, let's go back to the 20 stones. And as you're spat back out, you find there is a hand that kind of hits you in the head on the way out, and then they basically catch it out of the air.
Yeah, I pick up the red wizard of Bane hand or whatever. And I'll pull off the ring, like the magical looking one, right? It's the Arborskin stone. Unless anyone in the party has a protest to me pulling magical rings off red wizard hands.
As long as it's from hands and not somewhere else.
It is not a magical cock ring, no.
The weird ring has a sort of an eyeball-sized gem inside of it. It looks more serpentine than human. And yeah, if you've already kind of rolled an Arcana check, it definitely does have some sort of magical property to it.
Would I need to cast Identify on this thing to figure out what it is?
Yeah, either that or take a short rest and identify it that way. But yeah, you can either cast Identify or do that.
Can I cast Identify? Do I have that in my spellbook? Let me see.
Yeah, it's a ritual. It'll just take you another 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'll identify it. Do I need to concentrate really hard, or can I relay information while I identify something?
Yeah, you can relay.
So, yeah, Guys. You know, I like big monsters, right? So I've been thinking, we don't really unleash this thing just on Icewindale. Seems like a horrible idea. Many deaths, right? However, we got a fortress to destroy eventually.
I
Ah,
guess if we're planning on destroying it.
well, there's gonna be hundreds of Duragar and siege weaponry and gates and shit. And this thing seems really big. By the way, not even Nod knows what this is, and Nod knows a lot of things, right? It could be something really awesome. And
I
we'd
mean-
be the first ones to see it. Apparently, there's nobody ever seen the thing that's alive.
What's the plan for when it tries to kill us after?
Well, if the texts are to be believed, as long as we ever bring it back here, we can seal it again. It just has to be done before the dawn comes, right? Or it has to get another offering of hands. Which
Oh.
I assume is not just a pair of hands. I assume same offering means 10 pairs again.
Oh, if we can seal it, I guess it should be fine.
Yeah, like we're gonna get the hands when we storm the fortress. We're gonna do some hand collecting.
Sure.
So I don't know if I like just set up is the party like on board that we eventually will pursue this, or
I guess
it sounds
it'll help
pretty
us
dangerous.
not die.
I think it's what could it be, right? I just want to see what it is. Maybe by the time comes around, we're also strong enough to fight it. Like this is out of character. Chat talk right now. But I don't know what does the party want to do. I think we got a lot of information of what's going on here, and I don't want to make the decision alone.
I mean, it seems like it will go fine. Might as well.
I would have grave reservations about leaving it here. Actually, I think if we have a way to bring it forth, see what it is, deal with the bugger if it's posing a danger to control. But until then, if we can control it.
Sounds more like it would be a danger to all of Icewindale. This thing seems quite powerful.
This thing is sealed because it's destroying everything, not just a town.
Yep. As long as it's uncontrolled, I guess, right? But there is a way to control it. That's been relayed to us.
Yeah, I worry this is all a big mistake. Faith says things like this are better remained in the ground.
I agree, Faith, but we may not be the ones to decide that if as it seems is clear, others are already trying to awake whatever this beast is. We cannot allow that to happen, and the best way might actually be if we were to assume control of the beast ourselves.
Oh no, I was hoping you'd just say we would deal with the ones trying to summon it.
I'd rather deal with the ones trying to summon it.
We can do both.
No.
We can.
We
do
we know too little to actually control the beast or seal it.
both.
We know how to summon it,
Yes.
and we know, or we think we know, the beast will obey us for until the sunrise. But after that, we only have ideas how to maybe seal it.
I mean, I don't
But
think
those are way too vague.
I don't
I
think
wouldn't-
maybe it seems quite clear to me. I just want to see the thing, honestly. What it actually is. I like they got me with the curiosity angle, I'm not gonna lie.
You know what they say about curiosity?
Yeah.
I'd rather not be killed by your curiosity, thank you.
It kills the cat, but thankfully I'm not a cat.
One of us is.
You should not call him cat. That's kind of a racist stereotype.
I don't mind being called a little dragon. You know, kind of cool.
Leave that in the bedroom. So.
Oh.
Bad dragon.
Anyway, I mean, we kind of have a party decision what to make. I mean, we're gonna deal with the tribesmen killing and eating people, I guess. That's something we're gonna do anyway, probably, because it seems like they kill people. Not necessarily bad people. I don't think we mind them killing red wizards, right?
Do we even know what people they kill?
Well, one of them had... No, wait, the red wizard, that was Kedro.
The red wizard is in your bag.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, so
that
they
was in
probably killed-
Cadril's.
You know,
position.
I assume by their taste for human flesh, pointing out that there is like human teeth mark on the upper hands that we found, right?
Mm-hmm.
It is quite safe to assume that they would probably also kill innocents.
I mean,
That's awful.
it sounded like they were going to come after us if we prevent them anyway, so that bit sounds easy to handle.
Yeah, always surprised.
Faith asks Tracker, how good are the Reggae at, like, well, tracking down their quarry?
Very.
Would we
very
really be
well.
hunted? Oh, great.
So the thing is, like,
They
do we want to be in a surprise attack? Because we already know their location, right?
We know a general location from like a 10-day ago.
Mm-hmm.
They're nomadic, right?
On top of the...
But yeah, they're nomadic, so they're unlikely to stay in one place for very long.
They normally follow the local elk tribes. Sorry, not the elk tribe. The elk tribe is somewhere else. The elk.
Huh.
The herds.
Yep. So...
But if these people... I'm not sure if there should be any moose or elk in this region right now.
We've seen a talking elk.
Yeah, and Lonely Woods. Those are in the north.
I mean, everything's within a day in here, I thought, right?
If
The
you're...
towns, yeah.
The towns, yes. But if you're following a herd of animals, you want to be closer to them than just a day worth of travel.
Mm-hmm. Well, the point being,
yeah,
is, like, the place isn't that big, I guess. If you can cross something by foot in 24 hours, it's not really that far across.
Okay.
There
There is something you should know about the Raga tribes. You rarely see them within 2 hours travel of any of the 10 towns.
Anyway, I don't like the idea of being in a surprise attack, personally. So I guess this comes down to a vote, where I'm like, I would rather look them out than them find us. They're also Duragar, right? They're invisible. Fuck.
Sorry, what? Are you saying the elk, the wolf tribes are Duragar?
Didn't you say the Duragar tribes?
No,
Yes, you did.
Ragged.
Raggeds. Ragged
Right.
tribes.
Oh. Oh, no.
In Icewindale, there's 4 tribes, 4 Ragged tribes.
Too much information right now. So, what do we want to do as a group? It's like,
This is you're discussing about, you're about to take a vote. You hear a rustle from the nearby bushes and trees, and indeed, Avarice actually makes herself known. She She doesn't walk up the hill though. She gets her gargoyles to sort of airlift her and
Mhm.
drop her down into the snow. And says, I hope you don't mind me joining for this little section of the discussion. I felt it safe enough that I could reveal myself. Here, you can see a piece of
You!
art.
I remember you.
Yes. I think I nearly caught you, but well, Skelm was being a bit annoying that day. I should have listened to my raven. In any case, I do believe you have a decision to make. Do you wish to be the ones laying in wait and the instigators who surprise them, or do you set them back and become hunted?
Mm.
We have somebody called Tracker in our party. I think it's time we do some tracking ourselves.
Yes,
We have a town meeting we need to be at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
We
need
don't.
to do that
We don't have
first.
time for this.
Is there a way that we can disturb enough hands but make it look like a wild animal foraging for food and eating the hands?
I could do with some snacks.
Just don't make the rest of us watch.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, can I actually help Snort make it look like the Winter Wolves dug them up?
It
Yeah,
does sound
sure.
like if you've been calling this a wolf tribe, but maybe trying to pretend this was wolves, they may spot it. I would imagine they were familiar with those tracks, but a filthy little kobold running about eating hands, that's rather believable.
Well,
Also, Snarp, we do need the hands. You cannot eat them.
Oh. That makes
Maybe-
grumbling.
I mean,
Maybe.
just because these pups are from a wolf tribe doesn't mean they are wolves.
No, I don't imagine they are. The teeth look human, so my point was more, let's not try to make it look like wolves or the culprits here.
I'm
when
not
we have a
making it look like any wolf. I wanna blame it on the two troublemakers.
He's talking about the specific wolves, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, if you feel you can make a convincing set of tracks that these tribesmen won't be able to see, then well, bloody good show.
I have nothing against them attempting that. However, I don't really see if this gets us anywhere. Then they are just off looking for the wolves, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And
I think
it
it buys us time.
It will
That's
give
all.
us a couple more days. We need
It
to be
Yeah.
in East Haven by the end of the day, right?
Yep, we do need to do that.
Because,
Which means we
Yeah,
don't have
well,
time
the
to
thing-
deal with them today.
but nor do we want to risk them coming back with all the hands and then summoning it. So we do something they're not expecting, like take away a few of them. That'll set them back,
Yes.
and they may or may not be onto us at that point. But we can at least try.
Sure, we can try. I don't have anything against it per se. However, I mean, are we doing this then? Is everybody on board?
I think so. We can.
Yeah,
We don't
so
have
you're-
time to stay. So staying here and waiting and dealing with it now isn't an option. We need to get to the meeting. So, I think that's the priority. Move things on a bit and come back to this. So we just need a stalling tactic that's not going to bring an entire tribe chasing us.
Mm-hmm. Well, then
All right.
I would say we dig out a couple of hands. We can store them in Nod. But as we take out the hands, I would like to inspect them if there's like anything special about those hands as well.
Yeah, one pair looks a little more sturdy and calloused than others. There's like fatter fingers. They may belong to a dwarf. Another one looks much more slender and pale. It could belong to like an elf. But there's no like discernible pattern between them. One maybe the hands of a blacksmith, one maybe the hands of a weaver or artist. You're not really sure.
Okay. I just wanted to figure out if it's like special hands, like with the red
Special
wizard
hand.
thing. Yeah. I
Right.
mean, I would say the red wizard hand is kind of special, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would say so, yeah, definitely. Definitely an added touch of magic to it. All right. The next part I want to ask is how are you going to try and set this up to look like a wild... Do you want to make a wild animal kind of... Is that what it is?
Or
What's the plan?
Or a wild kobold, scavenging kobold
Mm-hmm.
would be easier to fake because we have a actual scavenging kobold.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but the biggest kobold
could leave little-
population in Icewindale right now is in a friendly town, and I'm not sure if we wanna have them raid a friendly town with our good friends.
No.
there.
Well, the ones I was with, you remember? My temporary family, they were up in the mountains. Well, actually just south of here.
Hmm.
Yeah. If you look at the map, you actually see Dugan's Hole is the closest to where you entered. In fact, you almost went to Dugan's Hole as your very first town, but you actually crossed through the Red Waters. I'll show you here. You crossed through the Devil's Pass, which came through here, basically.
I see.
And you went like that. Now, you could make out that you could make Snorp like run south with his tracks towards the mountains. That's just one suggestion. And Snorp saying that, he's like, yeah, I could like tippy tap my way south a little bit. Leave like abundant of tracks. I'd have to walk it back and forth a few times.
And I wonder
But it would
if,
definitely...
I can't remember her name, sorry, if your gargoyles might be able to then return Snorp without him leaving extra tracks leading back to us.
Yes, apologies. I did not properly introduce myself. I am Avarice. A pleasure. I can leave my gargoyles wherever you wish, or I can leave my familiar as a little more indiscriminate messenger.
Sorry, Bernice. I don't think anybody was really talking about a messenger, so to speak. We want to carry Snorp like over there, so we make it look like some kobolds stole their hands. That should keep them busy for a couple of days.
I see. Right. Yeah. So sorry. You want her to airlift Snorp?
Yeah.
Somewhere. Right.
Like after they dug up, we let Snorp stick out the hands, give them to me. I store them inside of Nod, and then Snorp walks like south, and the gargoyles carry him back.
Got it. Yeah. She was also mentioning that she could leave her familiar here just as eyes to see what they do, and then even if they kill the familiar, she can resummon it and learn what their familiar learned.
I mean, she can do that as well. However, how would she relay that information to us would be my question.
She wouldn't be able to do that, but certainly if you ever meet up again, she'd be able to tell you. She's clearly in and around the Dale, right? She's got ways of finding people.
I see. That sounds very dangerous.
She does oblige, though. She says, all right, I'll send one of my gargoyles to fetch him when he's done. Snorp, is it? Yes, you look light enough. I'm sure the gargoyles will manage.
Oh, by the way,
Okay.
before we like go ahead with all of this awareness as a sign of good trust between future
Avernus.
partners, right?
Avarice.
Sorry.
She actually looks a little bit insulted when you say that, actually. When you say Avernus.
You look
Go on.
very, very similar, and I'm bad with names. I have a charisma score of 3.
I couldn't be further from Avernus.
Anyway, as a sign of trust between hopefully future good friends, right? Where the fuck did you take Cadro to?
Let's come again. Why did I do what to Cadro?
Where did you airlift Kadrov to? She airlifted him out of the
Oh, Kadroth. Yes, he did beg for his life before you stole the bag off of him. Was amusing.
Mm-hmm.
There are others like him still around.
Well,
but
I don't particularly care for the others. I want to know where he took him. What's he to you
you're
now?
intending to. Well, do you intend to finish him off?
We'll see
Is that
when
it?
we get to that. Break Curse is a 3rd level spell, right, Sandra?
Yeah, it's a 3rd level.
Yeah.
Yeah, remove curse is a 3rd level. She says, well, if you remember, I flew east from Caer Dineval. And there's a certain thing that another wizard found recently, far out there. And yeah, you're looking at it right now. I forget, did you actually see what this is? Or I forget, did you learn? How
No.
did you don't know about this, do you?
I only know
Okay, well,
that there wasn't there an outpost?
Duragar outpost?
No, a expedition outpost. They were
Not
digging around in the Ragged Glacier, right? For the lost town, city.
Oh yeah, that's far further.
But
no, she's alluding to something else much closer.
To go there, you would need an outpost or something to supply goods. The towns are way too far, and this is about close enough to the towns to supply it. Maybe.
No, she says it's not an outpost, but there was an expedition launched there not too long ago, in fact. And I was hoping to find my ally there, but unfortunately, seems as though he ran into a bit of trouble. In any case, I said to Kadroth that I'd drop him down in the area, and he could find what the expedition was looking for, and find shelter there.
Okay, so we know his location now. That's all I wanted. We can continue with the plan as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, by ally, do you mean the older guy with the white ferrets, white stoat? What is it?
Oh, you talking about another wizard?
What was his name again?
Nas Lantimir is yeah, she's been a bit of a pain in our butts. We had a bit of a disagreement, unfortunately, went our separate ways, but yeah. It's a sore subject.
Other person, okay.
Well, you are part of the same brotherhood, right? Was
yes.
it brotherhood of something? I forgot.
You've done your research, have you? Indeed, we're part of an organization known as the Arcane Brotherhood. I guess if the cat's out of the bag, or rather the hand is. The truth is, we came here together looking for the city. And each of us are, well, as you would imagine, quite set on doing things their own way, as wizards often are. And we had a disagreement about how best to search for it. That escalated, yada yada. Long story short,
Disagreement
we all
killed
went our
a
separate
couple-
ways.
You know, I heard that
Mhm.
disagreement killed a couple of kobolds.
Oh, that came later when Nas decided she wanted to get a head start. She's, yeah, she's a loose cannon, that one. She wasn't even supposed to be part of the Arcane Brotherhood's expedition. She showed up sometime like later and declared that she was part of the group. I don't know where she got her credentials, but anyway, the point is there was another ally. Unfortunately, Dazan made a mishap. I don't know what he was doing,
Oh,
but apparently he got himself killed.
Who was the
East
son
Haven,
again?
do you remember the burning?
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes, well,
Oh
that
wait,
was the
no, I
ally
do
I was
not.
alluding to earlier.
You do not.
They
I
burnt him at the stake.
Must have not been a very
I
good.
was no, and it was getting pretty hot. Like, if I stayed there, they would have probably been on to me as another one. I would have not
Yeah.
probably
Who would have
lived another
thought that?
day. So
Who would have thought
I
that a
came
couple
to a
of
much more
gargoyles would
quieter
kill
town.
you?
Yeah, that's a bit of a giveaway. I then headed to a more quieter town like Dugan's Hole, and that's when I spotted some weird suspicious activity. Now, also, Care Konig offered, Care Dinaval was offered a much better place of protection. Yes, I may have fell in with the wrong lot, but at least those lot didn't try to burn me at the stake, you understand?
Mhm.
Given the circumstances, it was actually far safer to stay with those. They promised protection. In return, I gave them information. And, yes, as it happens, I didn't leave East Haven empty-handed. I found Azan's journal. They confiscated a bunch of their belongings. I'm still looking for a bag of tricks. Oh well.
Oh.
Nonetheless, I did get his spell book, and after many hours pouring through the annoying cipher, can you believe it? This guy, he writes his spells in poetry. It's infuriating. Anyway, I finally deciphered the code and realized he had actually indeed found something. A spire stuck in the snow. And finally, one of our first big breaks in finding the lost city. This thing, this spire, it's most definitely tied to what we're looking for.
Oh, this is the spire?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
That's where I dropped off Kadroth. No one was going to find him there. But I'm actually less interested in you going there to deal with him. If anything, perhaps you could go there and discover the spire for yourselves and figure out what really lies down there. I suspect
That sounds
it's
like a problem in the far future.
perhaps, but we can, yeah, we can explore that together if you want. I don't mind going back there, but in the meantime, I'll have to recall my gargoyle and I'll leave my raven here, Skelm, to spy on the hand thieves.
Yeah. I mean, where do we meet up again? Once we are ready to explore this situation.
Hmm. Where's a good place? Anywhere but East Haven, really. Do you have an outpost or do you have the deeds to any homes yet?
Um.
We do not have a home. I guess East Haven is like the most friendly. Oh, what about
Don't
Goodmead? What about
don't.
Goodmead? The speaker is a very good friend of ours.
Yeah. Doesn't the speaker of Cardinival promise us shelter in his castle?
He did, but I don't think her going back there is a particularly good idea.
It's not like people know
Yeah.
where her room was.
I would say Goodmead sounds like a safe haven for all our friends right now. That town.
I'll hang out in Goodmead.
We know the speaker.
It's close by to Dugansol that I may be able to, keep tabs on it.
Very good.
It's
All
also
right.
like the speaker of Goodmead, the current speaker, traveled with us in our party, right? I would assume that gives us some privilege there.
Yeah, no, he is the town speaker. He literally has his own house and everything.
What
So,
was
yeah,
his name
that
again?
works.
Was it Wayland? No, Wayland is from Bryn Shander.
Dirk.
No,
Dirk.
the speaker before Frost, Shander Frost.
I don't know.
Kendrick.
Speaker from before.
Kendrick, that's the one.
Yeah, we killed him.
You didn't kill him.
They killed
No,
Kendrick.
no,
Or rather,
the ogre killed Kendrick.
was it the ogre though?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I thought
Chest
it was
was like smashed
somebody
in
in
by a
our
giant.
party that just said no mercy and speared him. I think it even was Tracker.
Good lord, no, you're remembering things way off. Kendrick, Speaker Kendrick. He was like the first speaker you came across. He was warm, welcoming, gave you a place to stay, and then he set off to go deal with the ogre problem. And he and 5 other militia died.
Oh.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about the second speaker.
We killed that one with the help of the Verbeek.
As Shander Frost.
No.
Okay. Anyway, it's not important. You can set off, leave Avarice. You've also set Snorp to go leave some tracks, and then he's going to get airlifted back. So,
how many pairs
of
hands have we collected inside of Nod right now?
Did we collect many hands?
7.
7.
Okay.
If
7
you want,
pairs.
that's a lot though. That's like
7 pairs. Yeah.
a shit ton of hands.
That means it's 15 in total with the pair of hands that I already have.
Okay. All right.
But
you head back to Goodmead. Did you want to stop? Did you want to talk to Dirk Diggler, or just assume that he's coming on with you to the speakers meeting?
We can fast track it, I guess. I don't mind fast tracking it.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Fast track that. Head over to East Haven then, with Dirk in tow. I'm sure he fills you with many stories along the way. Like he makes that 6 hours or 7 mile journey feel like 15 miles.
Yeah. It's only a 6-minute journey, but he makes it last like 10 days.
By the way, has anybody ever heard of Tom again?
Nope.
Okay.
When was the last time we had a long rest? Feels like a while at this point.
I mean,
feels like a while since we've had a long rest at this point.
Good point.
Well, the speakers meeting is mostly just talking, and there'll be a ton of guards, so it'll also take up plenty of time. Enough time that you reckon you'll definitely either have a long rest before or after. Anyway, you're in the safe confines of the town, at least.
Who is this one?
That's the guy who owns the ferry.
Well, let me tell you guys, after 2 days of traveling without sleeping, I'm that beat. I'm going to the inn. And
which one?
I'll go with the White Lady Inn. That's the one I know.
All right.
By the way, identify, Mr. Senrith, the ring. Identify.
Okay, the ring. It is a ring of X-ray vision. a pretty rare ring, and it does seem to work still, but if you try to use it more than once a day, you have to succeed on a DC 15 con save or gain levels of exhaustion.
I see.
Oh,
I can use it once a day for free, right? And it means I can see through object. How does that interact with spells that say a target I can see? Does that mean I can cast spells on targets behind walls?
If the spell you're casting doesn't need a clear path to the target,
Oh,
then
guys,
go have at it.
guys, we're gonna have so much fun with enlarge, reduce, and random people going to the outhouse. You can't imagine
it.
He broke the pan with that one.
Do I get inspiration for that?
You get a ring of X-ray vision, is what you get.
Yeah.
I mean,
Ring of
rewarding
X-ray
itself.
vision. I hope that exists within your smart database. So wait, inventory, Control C. Was it Control I?
That's I've dragged it onto your sheet.
Oh, you did already. You're fast.
I think
So,
so. Yeah, that's that.
As we're traveling, I want to. Roland wants to suggest to the party that we have some kind of coded facial expression when we need Stef to start doing the telepathic mental gymnastics. So like a couple of there have been occasions when we've been in conversations with people that it would have been useful, Stef, if you had been able to put your thoughts in our head. So I suggest that we make a face not unlike a horse, and we do this. He does like a horse impression, as a subtle indication that no one would possibly detect that we're trying to communicate to one another. What say you?
Give me 1 second, Senrith. I just noticed something about my character sheet, specifically my weapons. Why is that on there again?
Oh no. That's hold on.
I'll delete it. I don't want this thing.
No, don't delete it. Fuck. That's why I was. Never mind, it's gone.
I'm pretty sure the thing should be gone, right?
It should be, but I was going to drag it onto another character sheet just in case it ever does come back.
Okay. So.
Anyway, so Roland was asking you a question.
Was that an RP moment or was that a serious?
Yes.
Both. Like a bit of both. Like I do think we should have some kind of way of it, but I don't know that Sir Roland suggested the best secret handshake or whatever it is. I
mean, how about you just say stop horsing around? And that's the kind of phrase.
I see what you did there.
Go along with your suggestion of a horse face, but I think that would be quite startling to a lot of people.
Yeah. Or perhaps I can mount my spear with the horse attached and begin riding it around like a cavalry charger. Then you'll know that I wish to speak with you quietly, so to speak.
Let's just stick with quit horsing around.
Agreed.
Okay.
All right. If you guys are turning in for the night, you can have a long rest, except for Stef, who can give me an intelligence saving throw.
What?
At least it's not charisma.
Roll a one, it'd be really funny. Do it.
It's his forte. I didn't expect him to fail. All right. So what you do experience during the night, Steph, trying to get to rest, and you feel this kind of like headache that comes about, and it gets worse and worse, and eventually you do find sleep, but it's the bizarrest thing. You can feel the persistent headache even in your dreams, and as it pulses forwards to the front of your mind, it pushes all other thoughts. It pushes the thoughts of summoning a creature aside. The council meeting is trivial compared to this. It seems imminent. It seems pressing, and the pulsing just burns into your mind. And again, you experience a similar dream you've had before. You've experienced it again, falling from the sky, out of the stars, colliding into the mountain, and then coming to a halt in a crater in the snow. This has just left your body broken, cold, and dying. And as you're laying there in sleep, it feels as though you are like in some sort of sleep paralysis. Trying to wake up from it, it's impossible. You've lost all strength. If anything, you need to conserve your strength. You must go and shut down, go down into some sort of torpor so that you can stay alive longer and hope that someone finds your broken body out here in the snow. But you rolled a 16, that is a success. And so what ends up happening is kind of come to, and as you awaken, you're met with a great deal of fatigue, as if you've been laying there numb in the cold, and your hands feel frozen to the touch. But you are able to sort of snap yourself out of the paralysis, lest you feel like someone would have had to come along and like shake you out of it.
Oh.
So
Now,
okay, continue.
No, that's
what
really it.
exactly-
You've woken up. You got a long rest. You did
So-
manage to get one.
Do I interpret this right? I have this because of the hands, no, or
No.
No,
what?
this feels like the pulsing of your headache is at the same tempo at which the psionic crystal glows.
Oh, okay. I see.
And you gather this, whatever this is, it is paramount to delivering it to it. It feels like the psionic crystal is almost like a wellspring of power that could perhaps save your broken body that is laying out there in the snow, in the spine of the world.
I see. Okay, it's like it's the body and soul separation angle. Yeah, I don't know what to do with that right now, but
No, that's fine. Just know that it seems to be recurring, and when you wake up, it takes you a while to gather your thoughts because it feels like everything else has been pushed aside as if it's not important right now, and it's like it's jumped up the priority list. Like you have to do this now, but you succeeded on the save. You aren't compelled to do anything. It just takes you a while to kind of like, what was I doing, and what's the itinerary today? But you finally figure your own mental state out. Yeah. All right, Zay. The boots, you've got them, haven't you? You just click a tune, and that should give you. Okay, we'll just give you an extra +5 on your cold weather protection as well. So you can now got 15.
Cool.
Very nice. Cool. And did you want to attune to the ring of X-ray vision, or did you want to give it to someone else, or up to you?
I guess I attuned to it. That seems like it's probably the most useful on me anyway.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think
perfect.
so.
Hey,
All right.
We have
Yeah,
any strong
I
disagreements.
see dead people.
So to use the ring, you have to use your action and speak its command word. What is its command word? To see
Pineapple.
through walls.
Really? What?
Okay.
Pineapple.
Pineapple, right?
Yeah.
You got it. Yeah, you said it as pineapple, which of course means
all the words
Yeah.
in multiple languages you could have chosen, and you go with pineapple. I respect you, man, so much.
I've already made up my mind.
It's better than Uranus.
I've already made up my mind. Like I read the item description and it said comment word, and I already knew what I was gonna pick. Okay.
what was Roki's one for the onyx statue?
Oh,
Was it
that
Go
was
Boy or something?
a fetch.
Fetch or
And Dwarven.
Fetch boy, but indoor. I can't
Fetch boy, yeah.
Oh yeah, we need to remember that you
That's it.
still have that thing with you as well, right? We can...
Yeah, I have to wait.
Yeah, it's
like,
been.
Well, now it's one more day until I can use it again.
Oh, it's every.
Oh, there you go.
every 10
It's
days.
10 day. Yep.
Oh,
Mm-hmm. Well, that's perfect. I like that you've been counting it down. Yeah, you're very close to being able to use it again. So, yay, boy will be returning. All right, let's head on to the town hall if you're ready to begin the council meeting.
Why is there a corpse in the tavern?
Don't ask questions you
Never
don't want
mind
the answer to.
Never you mind that. Oh, shit.
If you want to
That's
know
funny.
what a pup looks like, that is a dead pup.
Oh, shit. Oh, no. Yeah, he is actually from the wolf tribe, too. Oh, God. Well, anyways, let's just see right here. There is quite a bit of hubbub around the town. A lot of the speakers are making their way to the town hall right now. You can see some familiar faces. Trovus, the Dragonborn. Nimsy Huddle is here. She gives you a warm smile. Oris Mastu, the half-orc, gives you a nod.
Mhm.
And Sheriff Southwell with Speaker Shane are also present. And they seem to be going back and forth, deferring notes, or going over that. Indra Arlagath, she seems very, very busy organizing and telling people where to go. And of course, Dirk is eager and heads right up to the front.
wait, where is my token? I don't see shit.
Because none of our tokens are here yet.
Oh, okay.
The thing is, you're going to be pressed for space in the actual room. Here, I'll drag you guys out, but I think it's going to be easier just use one token for when you're in there.
Yep. Okay.
All right.
We
Faith.
can use Snorb as a representation of the party.
Mhm.
Oh no.
Faith's got a kind of a look of concern on her face, just like clearly she had some trouble getting to sleep as well.
Mm.
Mhm.
Does
But-
anybody want to ask Faith
the-
about that?
Yeah, Roland would be. Yeah, Faith, are you all right? You seem troubled and more than a little tired.
I would be lying if I said I was fine. I'm a little concerned about this town meeting, let alone the thing we found last night. I don't know if what we're doing is the right thing with that. I'm all kinds of unsure about Oral, about the future of Icewindale, and I'm trying to pluck up the courage to say something about the sacrifices. That's one of the talking points of today's meeting.
Faith,
Whether they're even necessary.
Do you remember the prayer to Oral from yesterday?
I do.
I think she's very straightforward.
She is? Wait,
Or
am I just being
rather-
stupid?
I think you're just overthinking it. Doesn't she want people to get stronger? Overcome the challenge she's giving you? The people here?
Right. Yeah. I guess they're proving they can survive the winter.
The people are doing what they can. Not all of them are succeeding.
What about the sacrifices? Should they be abolished or?
I don't think they need the sacrifices.
Right. Right. That's what I was thinking. So we should bring it up today in the meeting and try to convince people that no one needs to die and you can
Wasn't
stop
that what
throwing your
we
wood.
decided or spoke about in Bryn Shander? Stop the
It
lottery,
is.
stop the sacrifices.
It is, and it was a while back, and I think it's going to be one of the talking
It's like
points today.
3 days ago. That's not that long ago.
It feels like a while.
He
But
has to
yes,
run the
you're right.
campaign twice a week. Cut him some slack.
I'm just trying to think about how to word it because we don't really have any evidence to say that it is the right course of action, and I wish I'd figured out more
If-
before we got here, but
If anything, if these people are afraid of oral, that fear is actually making her stronger. Sacrifices increase a god's power.
right. But also, if there's no one left, if everyone was sacrificed, there would be no followers.
We didn't solve the
Except for
murder.
the strong.
I mean,
Oh,
by the way, we
Oral as the chosen ones.
didn't catch the murderer, right?
Not yet.
chosen ones. Yeah, the murderer. That's still going on.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally forgot about that one. Well,
Which one? The
that'll
murderer
be
or the
cool.
chosen
Well,
ones?
no, murderer. You come to the front door. There's a couple of militia, and they say, all right, are you on the list? What's your names?
Oh, not this
The party
again.
name.
We are on the lists.
I am Sir Roland, priest of Lathander, and these are my squires and hangers-on and general servants. I believe I am required inside, and I'll need all the help I can get from these servants of mine and squires. So be a good man and step aside.
Well, I think we're the only reason you're able to have this meeting.
We are here to bring Prudence back to the speaker. We had an appointment. They are expecting us.
Oh, right. You must be the Dirk Diggler company.
Excuse me,
Right.
what?
Well, you can see shows you the list. Yeah, this is what
That
I have you
goblin
down as.
came on before us already.
You see him at the top of the stairs and says, "Oh, hey
Oh.
guys, yeah, come on up.
God.
Yeah, I've got you all. I got your seats right here.
Thanks, Dirk.
Follow me."
Let's go in.
Is that a goblin called Dirk Diggler?
Yep.
That's phenomenal.
Yes.
He was one of the ex-party members. Okay.
Love it.
Up the stairs.
Oh,
On
right.
the bottom stairs. Sorry, yeah. If you drag your
Alright,
token up the
okay.
stairs, you'll
It's
get there.
up the bottom ones.
This-
Okay.
Oh,
there's a
yeah,
lot
that's
of
the
people.
one from. Who is this? Oh, yeah, that one.
As you can see, it is a fully packed room. You guys,
I bet you didn't even
not gonna-
move any of the tokens from past weekends.
oh, I did. I had
you
to
did?
delete Shanda Froth. Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah.
hmm
He was alive in that group.
Yeah, exactly. But funnily enough, there is someone here who wasn't here last time, and you're sitting on his seat. Roki, as you hear a voice say, "Excuse me, that's my seat." There is a speaker, Waylon, who comes into the room.
Hey, it's Roland. My bad. I thought I was saying this to Dirk.
Who's waiting?
No, that's quite all right. Here he is. He looks like he's lost some sleep. Is this everyone? I think so. Nimsy says, "Oh, I hope you don't mind. I thought of old times, and I baked us a whole fresh batch of cookies. So here, share them around." And she does place a massive plate of cookies on the table, and everyone
Good old
digs in,
Nimsy
I
Boozy
guess.
for you.
Nimsy,
Mhm.
indeed. They go down well. Oris Master's like, I gotta get your recipe one day, Nimsy. These are delicious. Says, oh, thanks, Oris. What else have we got here? There is a dwarf that managed to make it because you spoke to them and convinced them to come along. The dwarf is Double Gruff Shalescar. He's the one from Bremen. He was a bit senile, but he did make it in the end. He does have what looks to be his militiaman with him, just helping him get seated and
Mhm.
such. Lastly, you never elected a new speaker for
Targos.
Targos, but that is one of the topics at hand. So I guess we'll start with that because you have prudence in your possession, right?
Mhm. Yep.
And you technically have speaker Max Aldenar too,
Yes.
because he's alive, and also Captain Scath was also kept alive.
Yep.
Okay, cool. So they are. I guess they're going to be brought in any moment now because Imdra and Wayland basically are the ones leading because they are the captain and speaker of East Haven, so it only makes sense. So they go to the table, address everyone, and welcome everyone to East Haven's town hall. This is a special occasion. We've not had all the speakers present in some time. This is an important time to discuss matters at hand, the future of Icewindale. And I believe we have quite a few topics to get through today. So, without further ado, Imdra, what is our first subject? Yes, well, there is the topic of a certain spy amongst the speakers. If you would like to bring in the prisoner, please. And Max Aldenar, Captain Scath, and Prudence are all brought before you. And yeah, so you see their art once again. And what else have we got? Here he is, the tiefling. They're no longer armored up. This time they are basically in just their undergarments, effectively, freezing. And
Aw.
they say, could have at least given us a warmer bed. Down there, it's freezing cold. There's rats scurrying all over the place. Nimsy says, "Isn't there rats in the Alaskan Arms? I thought that would be
The
something you're
rats are
used
part
to
of
by
the
now."
aesthetic. Yeah.
Yeah, the aesthetic, good one. Neth says, "The snakes they kept the rats at bay in my room at least, but this is an outrage. You can't treat your own speaker like this." On the contrary, you're no speaker anymore, Max Aldenar. I believe we have enough evidence compiled to effectively judge you as working for the Zentara, I believe. And you were held under a zone of truth, is that correct? Captain Scath kind of rolls his eyes. Yes, that's what I thought. Well then, the only question is what to do with you. Well, it should be a proper trial, surely, and no need for that. It's a waste of time. We have much more important matters to get to. So the real question is, do we sacrifice you to Oral, make this quick, or do we have you rot away in our dungeon for some time? And Faith kind of raises her hand and says, yeah, about the sacrifices. That's kind of jumping ahead, but I was going to propose that we stop sacrificing people. As soon as she says this, it kind of gains the attention of everyone in the room. It's just that there hasn't been much change in the weather ever since you started these sacrifices. Has anything improved? Oris
I
Marsusa.
was going to say, ever since you stopped sacrificing, has the water actually declined?
A lot of things have gone to shit. It's true. Well, I think the real problem is that these sacrifices have been cheated. If the lottery hadn't gone wrong, if someone was doing it properly, maybe these sacrifices would have been honored.
Oh, you know about this, the lottery? That makes stuff quicker.
Oh, yeah.
But then again, the sacrifices were made. Sure, the targets were cheated on, but there were still sacrifices. And even if those sacrifices weren't honored, these murders were made in her name. To, what's the word? Adjust or
Appease.
To substitute the actual sacrifice. So, in a matter of speaking, two sacrifices were made by the towns,
Oh,
and it still didn't work.
Speaker Shane says. I suppose the question is rather, did they count? Is what we're worried about. But
What imaginary rules are we going by? If the lottery is cheated, they don't count. Like who? Oro didn't come down and say that to you.
I don't know if you fellow esteemed council members, speakers are aware of it, but our acquaintance Faith over here, she's actually what you would consider a priest of Oro.
well,
that's not a smart thing to say.
not like I'm in cahoots with them or anything. I've never even met them in my life, so I just know about Oral a lot. But even then, that's still the tip of the iceberg. Everyone's giving her like real like concerned looks.
I am blissfully unaware of social interactions. I just look at Faith and say, "Wait, Faith, but I thought you felt her power on that mountain pass."
Okay, so maybe this is a little bit more than
maybe indoor
more than
voice,
just a
please.
follower.
No, I'm doing this on purpose. I'm doing this.
Yeah, of course.
Trying to get Faith
Trovis
killed.
stands up. The Dragonborn says, "They're a follower of Oral's. We should be sacrificing her."
Wait. Hold up there. The way we see it, you guys owe us a lot of favors, and that includes her. She was part of all the problem solving, right? Clearly, nobody here harbors any ill intentions towards the 10 Towns.
Yeah, no one's laying a finger on Faith, all right? You hear Edgar also say, "Yes, no, she was very kind, and she offered to look after the children. And, what else? Oh, yes, she saved 2 children as well." Needless to say, and there's a lot of backing up on Faith's behalf that she is who you're saying she is.
Not saying this out of character. The way what I brought it up is because we know all of these guys, right? They are not strangers to us.
I mean, there are a couple of them that don't like me.
That may be true, but as a whole, we generally improved the situations of the towns, right? And I feel like letting them know that she knows what she's talking about might sway the argument in her favor.
Imdra does say, "It is good to see that you're well, Edgar. We had worried about you. Heard that, well, we hadn't heard anything in the town. We was worried that you'd succumb to the cold or something. And as well as you, Doublegruff, it's good to see that there is still some life in you." And you hear Speaker Siva Crannock speak up. He's like, "You know, I'm here as well. You didn't forget about me. I did have a house arrest sort of situation. I was held hostage." And he says, "Oh, we was under the impression you were just ill." Like, no, I was. They killed my men. They took over the castle and they stole the treasury. Ah, well, we'll get onto monetary issues later, but for now, these sacrifices. Okay, if you are a follower of Oral, it's
idea. Why were you guys like, it's cold now, so we have to start killing people? That's a stupid fucking plan.
Let's calm down for a moment. Let's be clear. Faith isn't like going around to Oral's commands. She isn't like in cahoots or communicating with Orals. She has some cleric abilities that were gifted by Oral, more chosen, and she wants to help end all of this as much as the rest of us. And in fact, she may be the key to helping us do that.
To be honest, if she were speaking with Oral, that would be so much easier.
Yep. It would be.
You hear Shalescar kind of mumbling. Chosen, she. You hear her. Yes. You hear her too. You hear the militiaman saying, "I'm sorry, everyone. Doublegruff is. It's early for him." Your question. Speaker Shane says, "Well, I can answer that. No one person is responsible for the idea of sacrificing. This came about as a result of the desperation of 10 towns. The winter was killing us. Famine settled in, and we were at our wits' end. We did what anyone would do in that situation. We prayed to the gods for an answer. And the clerics of both Tempest, the Morning Lord, and of House Hades came together and agreed that Oral, she respects a much more visceral display of worship. Something meaningful, something that actually showed we weren't just talking on or pleading our way out of this. And according to the scriptures, Oral respects people who are able to survive terrible conditions. And, well, we sort of made those conditions worse for ourselves. We sacrificed warmth, we sacrificed food, and even people. It was literally our last resort. Almost out of fear. We thought the winter was never going to end. And that's how it began. Everyone agreed to at least sacrifice something. If they did not have enough food, then they would instead do wood or timber or coal, and so on and so forth. Those towns most populous, they sacrificed people. It ultimately meant that there were less mouths to feed. But we have reports, Sheriff Southwell? Yes, there were sightings in the distance that these sacrifices were being claimed. We saw blue lights on the horizon. followed by the trail of the Aurora. It was clear that Oral had found our so-called sacrifice and taken them to where we do not know, but it was unmistakable. It was a divine light.
Has that ever happened since then?
It has. We have continued to see these blue lights. They seem to steer clear of the towns, but they are out there. No one has dared go near them for fear of Oral's wrath.
Well, I propose a simple solution here.
Investigate the lights.
I volunteer as a sacrifice. I'm gonna check this place out and fight the blue light.
You hear Shalescar kind of mumbling. Yeah. You hear Shalescar mumble as well. Yes. The blue light. Cold. The cold light. Cold light. Again, forgive us. Shalescar's mind has been addled by the cold. He was found wandering out in the tundra. We don't know why or what drew him to it, but many search parties later we found him freezing in the tundra before he finally passed. Before it was too late, we brought him back. I fear that the cold may have numbed his mind a little bit. Oh no, numb, no. Clear.
Can I respond to Shalescar in Dwarven? Old warrior, what can you tell me about this cold light?
Oh yeah, wish to know about the light. He seems to look down and into his drink for a moment, as if recalling some memory. Languished spirits still walk in the mortal world. They burn with a frigid fury. The meaningless of life. You can barely stand to look at them. The aura speaks up. A man's talking nonsense.
That's what you believe.
Yeah, what
This man speaks from
makes you think-
experience.
Yes. Why would you say he's speaking nonsense?
I think we need to elect a new town speaker for Bremen. That's what I'm trying to say. He's not fit to lead. Well, we'll come back around to elections later because we do need a new one for Targos. Speaking of new speakers, Dirk, do you have anything productive to say? And he starts rattling off about Goodmead and how he's going to set up new business. And have you tried? He like hands out samples to everyone. He says, "Oh yes, I saw Nimsy brought a cookies. Well, I brought mead, and you got to try this new honeysuckle taste. It's sweet, it's delicious." And everyone's like, "Oh, we can't be drinking on the job. We're having a meeting here."
Dirk,
Trovis is like,
this the new.
"On the contrary, I'll
mead.
try some." Trovis is
No,
leaning forward.
not
for some.
Trovis. No.
Oh wait, yeah, you were trying to get him sober, weren't you?
Yeah.
No, Trovis, no.
It's absolutely only plesiosauruses that Roki gets drunk, not Dragonborn. He draws a strong line.
Is this the new
Roki,
your
right.
new mead or the older mead?
Oh no, it's a new mead. You got to try it. It's delicious.
Oh no, definitely not.
I'll take a sip.
Trovis does back away and says, No, yes, Roki is right. I'm 10 days sober. Isn't that marvelous?
I'll take a toast to that and drink some of the meat. That's
You toast to that. You start drinking in front of him. He like strokes his barbels. Mm. I'll take some. Edgar says.
Walk over
But
and
yeah,
whisper in Trovis's ear, if it's any consolation, this one is based on milk.
That sounds delicious. Well, I'll still stave off for now. We have a meeting to get back to. Meetings.
Yes,
right.
meetings.
Okay, so you asked Chaos Guy kind of like what he knows. He described some sort of harrowing experience with this thing. Apparently, he did encounter something out there in the open tundra whilst wandering around.
He did also mention something about Chosen. Brumble.
He did mumble grumble, chosen key, whatever that means. But he really is a bit nonsensical and hard to understand. And it seems pressing to get on with matters at hand. And so Nimsy says, so back to this whole sacrificing business. So, there has been claimings of these people, but has it actually helped our situation? Are we still dying in the cold? It hasn't improved our situation, no. Not at all. And if we keep sacrificing wood and warmth, well, we're not going to have any left for ourselves, so we're going to die regardless. Are you saying we should just stop? I mean, we do that, Oral could come down here herself and smite us.
If it's any concern for you, that will make it less painful than in eternal suffering, killing of yourselves.
That sounds dreadful. Well, as grim as that sounds, it, I guess, ultimately doesn't make a difference. We'll die either from the cold or from Oral's wrath. Aura speaks up and says, I don't think she really cares what happens to us. If she really wanted us dead, she would have done it a long time ago. She's a god, after all. Faith says, that is unfortunately the truth. I guess that's kind of good news and bad news. The good news is that, yes, you're right. If she did want us killed, she would have done it. The bad news is that she really doesn't care about what happens. She's a cold, uncaring god. I wish I could tell you more. We've tried to seek out other followers. We came across a frost druid, and even they seem to be more motivated by their own personal vendettas than following the will of Oral.
Maybe Oral just got in a fight with another god and got pissy. Maybe it's not about us at all.
Actually, as it happens, Roki might not be far from the truth. I did once hear a story that she belonged to a pantheon of chaos-aligned gods. I could go into further detail about it, but I don't know everything. I just know that they were a pantheon once, a long time ago, but I think they've since been either forgotten or Oral absorbed their followers into her own. The Gods of Fury, they were called. And as they're saying this, I guess, Stef, you might also recognize something about that, because Tempest, not Tempest, he's the god of war. Typhon is definitely under that kind of same domain.
Yep.
and she says, "Yeah, that there were a few: Kalos the Destroyer, Umberlee, Malar the Beast Lord,
Oh,
and there was Typhon, I believe, as well.
Yeah,
Something happened, perhaps.
you go to
You're,
your best. Greatest of them all, baby.
I think,
Umberlee, the bitch queen.
yeah, that's what they call her, goddess of the sea, storms. They all kind of come under the same sort of domain of like storms, blizzards, and that kind of domain. So I don't know the exact story, but it's true. The gods of chaos were a tenuous alliance. It might be you might be right, Roki. Maybe they did have a disagreement. Maybe they fractured their alliance and she came here. I'm not sure. I wish I could tell you more, and I don't want to take up more of your time. I just want to tell you that I don't think these sacrifices are the way forward, and
I
maybe
will,
if we stop them, we will get a sign that they are the wrong.
I've already said, Faith. How about we put this whole theory to rest? Like, either you're gonna meet Oro, which you always wanted, right? Or we are gonna
Oh.
unravel the sham. I say we just volunteer as sacrifices and go to the place and fight some ghostly
Mhm.
lights.
What if we asked another god or goddess about it? What if we reached out? They might give us some answers or help lead us to Oro. Because she's not going to answer us.
I mean, right now, I'd say we have a very pragmatic solution to confirming whether the sacrifices are, in fact, related to Oro or not.
Hmm.
And you are willing to do this? You want to go out into the cold and
I already
sacrifice
volunteered.
yourself?
I already volunteered earlier.
We've done more suicidal stuff than that.
Yep.
Hmm.
Don't worry about us.
This
We've also fought
Very
many
well.
things that were a blue light in the air.
How would these sacrifices even work? You send out a person alone in the cold,
They are,
and that's
yes,
it?
they are stripped of all their cold weather clothing, sent out into the cold, and not long after they are claimed. That is when we hear reports of wandering blue lights on the horizon.
So we just
But,
have to wander out into the cold naked? I feel like I should be the one doing that.
No, they said without cold weather clothing, which means other armor might still apply.
I say I've got a ring of warmth. Does that count?
Don't tell them
No.
that.
Don't tell them. All right. If you wish
Oh,
to
but
try
I
this,
just
we
got
can
these
do this.
boots.
So Roland, yes.
has anyone who wasn't a sacrifice explored that area and perhaps not come back, or anyone wandered in that direction to see that if these blue lights are indeed an indication of divine activity, or merely some kind of creature that's eating these people?
Yeah, that's basically what I'm thinking.
The speaker, the brown speaker, Shilskar, already mentions these
Yeah,
creatures.
everyone looks to Shalescar and that story that was shared earlier. So Roland is a kind of indication that Shalescar has indeed encountered one of these.
Mm.
But it doesn't look like Shalescar came back fully himself.
Mm-hmm. But he
He's
came
the
back.
only one who's... They found him. He would have died out there in the cold if an expedition wasn't launched and found him before he died in the snow. And it was Huawa, the guy from
This boy.
Dinaval, who lost. Who got lost during that expedition, and then, nearly died in the snow, but found an amulet that saved his life. Apparently, the Shardlin amulet.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Shalescar kind of repeats.
You know, I already died a couple of times almost in the snow. It doesn't really scare me anymore.
But yeah, in answer to your question,
I'll try
Roland,
being buried alive in an avalanche.
you just hear
Like
Shalescar
that.
kind of mumbling and repeating himself.
I tried being buried alive.
Language. Okay, you did.
So if we speak to him a wee bit and just try and get as much information as we can, might help us. But I think an expedition in that direction would be great. If this indeed is the only way that we can prove that Oral is not interested in human sacrifices and that it is not an effective way of dealing with this issue, then we would be willing to do that.
If anything, Oral,
All right.
if Oral would be interested in these sacrifices, the human sacrifices, it's to see if there are people strong enough to endure her tests.
Very well. Speaker Wayland speaks up and says, "Very well. We will have the Dirk Diggler's company investigate this by going onto an expedition to
If
find
we're
these.
going to need a name, I'd rather to be in pursuit or
light-
something.
Well, it's placeholder names. That's what you had on the listing, at least." And Dirk's like, "Wait, you don't like the name?
No, we do not like the name.
Do you like the mead, though?" Enough about the mead. Look, yes, I suppose if you're willing and brave enough to go out there, then you might get to the bottom of this and find out what these sacrifices are to Oral, if they are meaningful or anything at all. All right, that's settled. On to the next subject. Maxildanar, for now, take these prisoners away, and we'll decide if these sacrifices are not. In fact, if you want some guinea pigs out there, you could even take Maxildanar and Captain Scath here.
Oh, I'll take it. I'll take
no,
it.
they're too much of a liability. If Oral wouldn't kill us, it's gonna be the other Centaurum.
Very well. Take them away. Nah. Captain Scath like huffs and is saying, "What about the militia? Targos is a very powerful militia. Who's taking command? You can't just put a goblin in charge."
I mean, they have to elect
that's-
a new speaker, right?
I mean, wait, where's Ma?
Yep. Ma, well, did you ask her to come along?
No. No, I
No,
saw her.
exactly,
I
so
saw
she
her. I
wouldn't be-
saw. I saw her on the map. Oh yeah, that
Yeah.
was another issue regarding the new speaker for Targos.
Uh-huh.
Well, we know
Yes.
a very pleasant, though slightly drunk Plesiosaurus. He may be willing to stand in for the position.
No, he lives in Bremen. That's gonna be an issue.
I actually have a suggestion for a speaker.
Yes.
I was
Who
going
do
to
you-
volunteer Gareth.
No. I was going to volunteer the current captain of the guard in East Haven because she probably has replacements and they want somebody who can command a sizable militia. And I will use the psionic crystal too. She also has a huge favorite, probably soon an even bigger one, because like we have the cauldron and stuff.
Oh, okay.
So
She
install-
says,
so my suggestion
Nah.
is installing somebody that we know.
"I will step up to the task if it is what is required. I have experience in leading a large militia. After all, East Haven has the largest of them all. Combining the two forces would unite 10 towns even further." Speaker Wayland says,
Mhm.
"Anyone against this idea? Any objections?"
How would the people take to this? I dare say anything would be an improvement in having no leadership, but do we have a sense of if they already have someone that they would wish to see in the position?
Oh,
Do you have any family in Targos?
no, not that kind. If you're referring to Prudence, no. Or anyone of that ilk. There is someone I
Alright,
know
she's aware
who
of
is.
the situation.
Yep, she's.
I'm aware that there is someone who the town is quite fond of, and everyone calls Ma. One Ethan Yalbrow. She is like everyone's mother there. Looks after the fishermen.
Oh, that's the scary
He's,
lady whose cutlery was stolen.
Mm,
It was actually, yeah. She's here. This character here. I don't mind if she wishes to step up, but I can act as a captain instead of a speaker.
okay, guys. I would really like to have the guy that already, sorry, the woman that owes us all the favors and is a competent military commander.
Can
Mhm.
I telepathically respond that we actually brought the cauldron back because one of the reasons it was stolen is because apparently we told the townsfolk around?
Don't think we specifically told them. They just caught wind of it that it was there somehow.
I remember that when I met you guys, what's his name? The monk, Manny.
Yeah, he's
He
not part of
pronounced that he
Safe World Hunger.
solved world hunger in
Mhm.
East Haven.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's no longer in the party. So
Yeah, that's basically how Prudence heard about it.
Mhm.
She was the secretary here, and he was announcing that, and that's how word got out. And that's when the Zentara made their move during the night, kidnapped, took the cauldron, and yeah, several people hostage for a moment. Imdra was one of the hostages, in fact. But nonetheless, who would you like as a party? Who do you want to elect as the town speaker for?
well, we know Captain
Targos.
Indra,
Mm.
and she owes us
Yep.
a lot of favors, and we know that she's capable and she can mobilize a large force. That's what she did for us the last time,
Okay.
right?
And
Yeah,
the other
seems
woman, of
fitting.
course, Ma, of course, is as big for the return of her cutlery. So
That is true.
That is
So
true.
you could have.
However, speaking holistically, and I'm sure Sir Roland, you will like this, but Indra has a military background,
Mhm.
and
Mhm.
that's probably
As a military leader, you don't need her in a speaker position to be useful.
that's
that
right.
is
You-
true.
I think she is more useful as a militia leader than as a
So
speaker.
you can have her still. Yeah,
Yeah.
you can still gain all the same benefits as
Mhm.
if she was the speaker by being the new captain.
Yeah,
So
I just want to install
way-
her order.
all right, perfect. In that
Very
case, then
At least we have an insider in the town that the people know and love, as
Yeah.
well as an outsider
Mhm.
that we can trust to keep an eye on the militia.
Also, yeah, I was about to say we basically abducted their last speaker and captain of the guard. So,
Mhm.
Crannox Siver speaks up and says, we could use with some more militia. We lost a lot of people in that whole ordeal in Caer Dineval. The families are still recovering, and well, the militia are slim. I think Mitch survived the fight, though, which is most impressive. That guy is a hard guard to take down.
Wasn't that
So-
Summer's father?
no, Mitch was the guy that you beat the shit out of because he cast hold person on you.
No. That's how.
No, that's Huawa.
That's Piss Boy.
Mitch was just a guard.
Mm.
Yeah, Mitch was just a guard who vowed to get revenge or justice for the fallen militia in Caer Dineval. In any case,
is he one of the people that hired the Dorgar?
he didn't hire them. Logan Ninefingers is who they hired, and he turned out to be a thief who stole the treasury.
Hey, as long as the speaker doesn't know that part, then all's okay.
Oh, since we have all the speakers here, and what's his name again? The idiot we saved from Caer Dineval.
Yeah, so
Mhm.
Siver.
Maybe it's time to put out a wanted poster for Logan Ninefingers. I can't imagine there's many places where he can hide in the 10 towns. or in
A
Icewindale.
capital idea. Yes, let's do
Brilliant.
that. Writing up a document now. He adjusts his glasses and starts writing a wanted poster for Logan Ninefingers. Consider that done. Imdra says, I'm sure we'll allocate some more militia to guard the keep and keep you safe, but I will have to assess the situation once I'm in Targos. For now, if there's no objections, I am happy to reach Targos and hold an election for Ma as the new speaker. I don't think she is here now, but that shall be addressed. Speaking of Duragar, that is on the next thing on the docket. The Duragar threat is real. It is growing more in our minds as a potential threat. The Duragar are here to steal as much Shardlin as possible. To what end? We do not know. But we have already reports from Caer Dineval, from East Haven, and other smaller reports out on the road. Even Caer Konig as well. These Duragar are trying to amass this black ice. We
Well,
do not know. Do we know any information on this?
Oh yeah.
Um,
Whoa, where do
well-
we even start? Where
Hmm.
do we even start?
who was it? There was this Seer in Caer Dineval that told us about the Durgar creating
Hethel.
some.
Oh well, I know everything about their plan basically, or most of it.
They were creating a machine or something, right?
No. You could call it.
What did Hethel say?
Well,
So
they are building. I'm just gonna take your word because I know about this. Well, their plan is to collect enough Shardlin to raise a golem that's made out of the thing. A very large golem.
The-
Oh, that's
There
the same
is-
machine.
Yeah.
there is a bit of a mass panic in the room, starting with Edgar, who's like, "Oh, we're doomed. What are we going to do?
No.
We can't fight against a golem." And some people are like, "We'll fight it. Well, don't worry, we'll fight it all right." And then other ones are saying,
I will try to calm the situation. It's like, Senrith, they don't have nearly enough yet. Also, we happen to know where they're building this, and in fact, we are in the search of allies right now to take out their base of operations.
I like your enthusiasm.
You know where they reside.
Yeah, we can.
Do we have a map?
Please tell us.
Out on the map and port out their fortress.
Yeah.
And we are also. We've also already started gathering allies to take it down, right?
We have started to try to get allies, but most people are either too busy saving themselves or too afraid to assist us.
Well, we have allies of the fairy kind, and I don't know if we want to be specific about this in front of the speakers, but we already have the mammoth on our side. We probably.
You can bring that up. They're like, "What, mammoth? This meeting's getting off track. You think you had enough meat for one day?"
Well, yeah. Did I collect any proof from the Ice Giant's tomb? We can tell them about the Ice Giant's tomb, right? They can go look for the mountain themselves. What was the name of the mammoth again? Yorgar?
No.
Norsu.
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 Yeah.
So Speaker Sivers speaks up and says, I recall that our little soothsayer in Caer Dineval had quite a few things to say about you. Some sort of prophecy that grand adventurers would rise up and take down the Sunblights. Sounds like you're really embracing this.
Well,
You,
we are halfway there.
believe you
We've
can-
already killed one Sunblight.
Yeah.
Then you may
Them
well be the
cowards.
heroes that Hethel spoke of.
Wait, wasn't Hethel the hack?
No. No, she didn't have a name, right?
She did. It was Hethel.
The
And
heck.
Hethel.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah, the
yeah,
old lady.
she did. Chiselbone.
Oh yeah,
Maud Chiselbone.
Mort. That's it.
There's a lot of names. I don't blame you for getting a bit slipped up.
Unfortunately.
She's the one. So just to recap. She's told you that in order to you shouldn't face them too soon, lest you will meet your demise. She said, travel out to the far-flung reaches of Icewindale, prove your mettle, test it, grow in power and strength. Then you'll be ready to take on the Sunblights. And with that, she kind of basically passed on to the afterlife, having known it was her time. All her last duty in this world was to basically pass on this message to you, believing that you guys were the ones to stop Zardarok.
But damn.
So yeah. So if this prophecy is true, we need more time to get stronger.
Of course. I mean, that's a given.
How much time do we have before they amass their golem of despair and destruction? When do they unleash this doom?
We can say for sure, but we are hot on their tracks. And we know quite a lot about the situation. They are nowhere near the required amount yet.
Right.
We might have
I guess all we can do is...
No,
maybe more.
We're talking about months, if not even.
No.
Yes, we are. I've seen the vision more intimate than any of you have. It's a long way off.
Nimsy says, well, I just feel so helpless, sitting here and baking cookies whilst a potential danger could be brewing. Is there anything we can do to stop these dwarves in the meantime? We have to stay vigilant. Trova says, I will keep watch, yes.
I mean,
So, don't we have something...
Do you have
We have
any
Charlene
dogs?
in our home. What? Do we have any what?
Do you have any dogs? Hunting dogs?
Dogs, yes. Yes, there are many packs of huskies and the likes.
I mean, the
I
main
was going to
problem
say...
seems to be that the Dorog are invading you through invisible means, right?
Yes, unseen thieves in the night.
Unseen,
heard they're
but not
crunching of-
unsmelled.
Yes, that is an excellent suggestion.
Oh,
We'll get
speaking
guard
of-
dogs.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because the dwarves will try to steal more shardling. In particular, they are looking for not like large quantities or amount of shardling, right? They're looking for specific magical items like amulets.
Mm-hmm. You're sensing invisible doors right now? There are no doors. No Durgar nearby, but you're acutely aware as you're like feeling the ground that there is a massive Shardlin statue.
Yeah, we know about the
Yeah,
symbol.
I know about the statue.
We're gonna. That's why I wanted a long rest. We're gonna do something about the statue really soon, guys.
What is gonna happen if you cast a spell on Charlene?
Who says I'm gonna cast a spell on the Shardlin?
Aren't you gonna shrink it and eat it up? Let not eat it up.
I will not lead it up, but that does not necessarily involve shrinking the Shardlin. The opening just has to be big enough.
Yeah, so enlarge.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I can indeed do both things.
Make him as big as a sleeping bag.
Yeah.
Imdra says, yes, it was you that thwarted the ferry. Their plan here was clearly to, at some point, seize the Shardlin statue we have below. Well, you thwarted that plan, and now we need to decide what to do with the great deal of Shardlin. It's likely they'll try to send someone to come back for it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I have
If you
just
have any-
a solution for that, Captain Indro. We will see to it after the meeting.
Very well.
Weren't we supposed to to speak about what to do with the statue during the meeting.
That's true.
We
Yeah.
But
offer
we
to
can.
remove it or destroy it.
We're
And remove
gonna,
it.
well, we're gonna remove it the best way that we can. I think destroying it is outside of our means right now because we don't have Mr. Black Ice Eater with us.
All right, we will adjourn for a few minutes then to do this.
Well, there is one more point I would like to raise, and that concerns you specifically, Captain Imran. Who was the speaker of East Haven?
That's Waylon.
That is me,
Speaker
Waylon.
Well,
Yes.
there was a reason you sent us to Targus, right? I think this meeting is
Of
the
course.
perfect place to maybe strengthen alliances between the towns, right? And maybe not keep any more secrets where resources like food are concerned.
Dirk's like, secrets? Who would keep secrets? That's terrible.
Shut up, Dirk.
Right, yes, I see what you're saying. Very well. You leave me no choice.
Well,
Well, out with it. What
I
is this
see-
thing?
I will say, I think it's better to just demonstrate, right? And I pull up Nod. Hey, Nod, hello. How are you doing there?
You want... You...
I
You want the cauldron, yeah?
Yes, mind spitting it out. Do you need to be a bit larger to spit it out?
I think I can... Oh, I'll try.
Okay.
Yeah, you see him, like, basically... Everyone else is, like, shocked at this as they see this. Like, what the hell is happening? As you pull out the bag.
Don't worry.
Yeah,
It's just normal wizard stuff. No worries.
you see the bag opening, stretch, and just this massive kind of belt, and a gigantic cauldron spits out onto the table, basically right near the cookies, and everyone's like leaning back. What the hell's that?
Well, would they
it's a
already
cauldron.
see that there should already be stew cooking inside of it, right? It's never ending.
Oh, that
after all.
smells delicious.
No, you need to pour water in it before it becomes a stew.
Oh.
Well, can anybody bring us a few, what do you call it? Fuck, I forgot the name of the appliance where you put in water. A bucket of water.
Bucket? Yes, a pail of water. Yeah, they can gather water for you. They fill it up, and you can show the magic.
We will
The cauldron
show
is
them.
suddenly filled, stirred into
I will-
place, and
I
stew
will speak
is
the command word.
produced.
Avocado.
There is no command word.
Shut up, they don't know that.
Perfect.
know
Well, it's sure enough. Sure enough, it is suddenly filled to the brim with hot smelling stew, and everyone looks like incredibly like impressed. Like,
What? With this, we could feed an entire town with this thing. In fact, I'm getting hungry right now.
Well, yes, that is
Wonder if
the
I take
point.
he's finished off his plate of cookies, and he just gets the bowl and like dips it into the into the stew and starts slurping.
Needs a bit more salt, but it's definitely hearty.
Well, it will feed the needy, I guess. It should help hemorrhage in the food situation. However, only one town at a time could possibly have it, and I think, Captain Indra, the recent incidents have proved very well that anybody that hears of this will try to steal it, so why not share it out instead, so everybody can benefit?
Yes, it seems as though it is appropriate to share the wealth. We did pay. Well, we earned this cauldron.
You did earn it indeed, for combat.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're suggesting we simply share it out. I suppose those less fortunate towns will need a consistent income of food.
Especially
Though-
since Bremen has a fishing issue.
We all do. At Lonely Word and Targos and Bremen. Everyone on that side of the lake. Mer de Walden is... No, it is.
Yeah,
Mer de
Mer de
Walden is a bit running dry on fish.
Well,
But how many can this feed?
it's about what was it? It was about
Like 300 a day, basically.
300 a day. Yes.
Yeah, you did the calculations on
says-
Sunday.
Well, I will say that Lonelywood doesn't need that. We only have like 50 people, and I would hate this stew to go to waste one day.
Hmm. I mean, the idea is just
Um,
like resources may be better allocated between the towns.
you can have people travel between towns.
I wonder
So if the cauldron were to go to Tourmaline, then the people from Lonelywood could go there to get food.
The way I see it is just like the town that has it at that given day can spare their other resources for the less fortunate towns, which may still beneficial because they only have to feed 50 people instead of 300 then.
I think the question is, which town has the most transportable food? Leave the cauldron with them, and the food they produce, be it fish or meat, can
Well,
be
I heard
transportable.
that good meat has
Instead
a
of the
springing
stew.
dairy industry.
That's a clever idea. Transport other food
That's
instead of the whole cauldron and
Yeah.
mass loads of bowls of stew. Okay, that absolutely can work. We don't have to go into the exact details of all of that,
Yeah.
but that's a suggestion which Sheriff Southwell immediately starts kind of like writing up and working out all the little details about what food can be supplied, transported, because Bryn Shander is the biggest trading hub of them all.
Mm-hmm.
It's the one that's connected to 10 trails, and so naturally they get to work on making it as efficient as possible.
And of course, Captain
Um,
Indra, you and your men and your town have probably earned the privilege, but appealing to her good senses and as soon as saw her, right, it's like we are facing a way bigger threat, one that will run over any town that's like underfed and understaffed, possibly.
I see. I'm on board with this idea. Sharing is paramount to survival. I just fear that should this winter continue, I'm not sure if the cauldron will be enough between everyone. On the days that they don't have it, eventually supplies will run out. Which brings
Speaking
us to
of
the...
the eternal winter,
Yes, that was
word
our
got
next
around
subject.
in Bryn Shander, there was a scientist working on a solution. They're currently housing in a cabin nearby Lonely Woods.
Are you talking about Macretus?
Was that their name?
I've heard of stories of him. Reports of fishermen seeing strange flashing lights on the hilltop from the black cabin.
That might be it. Yes. And
Well, if they've got a solution, that should
in the
be our
next few
top
days,
priority.
we are going to investigate to see what their progress is and share it with a friend in Bryn Shander to see if we can fasten the coming of spring. I'm so bad
Master,
with their
says
names.
you should be careful of reckless wizards.
Reckless wizards. Oh, we're used to it.
Alright. Well, if it's something that can help end the winter, yes, that should be at the top of our list. It'd solve all these other problems. Let's go right to the root. Hell, if we had a hunting party, I'd go out there and kill Horror myself.
Yes, because you can kill a god, must you? I would love to see that. So,
You actually can. Okay, maybe not us, but a god can be killed.
in stories I've heard, they've always come back. God's never truly dead for so long. But anyways, this
That
is...
is until they are forgotten. When a god is forgotten, when there are no followers, then they're dead.
I see. So you wish to commit genocide on the Frost Druids.
I mean, if you put
That
it
could
that
work.
way, it sounds way worse. But sure, we prefer stopping the term, using the term "stopping the baddies."
Right. So, okay. Endless Winter, potential lead there. Next thing on the list, Indra says, we do have another distraction, you could call it. Sheriff Southwell, would you care to take lead on this one? Of course. He slams a fist onto the table. Goblins. Dirk suddenly flinches in his chair. What about goblins? There have been sightings of more raid parties, and attacks on the road have increased between Bremen, Targos, Brinchander. They've even... the latest raid has even been sighted in the Dwarven Valley. They're expanding their parties and... Well, if we wish to transport this cauldron from town to town, it's going to be hard when goblins are running amok. I believe you had a report from your expedition to find the iron ingots. You saved a delivery for the black iron blades, if I recall. Did any of the goblins get away in that exchange? You said that they had a wagon pulled by polar bears?
I believe that is before I joined your group.
Yeah, you joined just after.
Yeah.
So this question is more to, I guess, Roki
Sorry,
and Stef.
can you repeat it? I had somebody call me on the phone. I missed the last 30 seconds or something.
Goblins have been attacking the roads. The last attack was near Brinchander. Black
Sure.
iron blades.
Is there a
Did any
bounty
of-
for is there a bounty for dealing with this problem?
I suppose we can gather together what we have, but yes, this is for the good of all the 10 towns. If we are to transport the cauldron from town to town, we need to destroy these goblins.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
much
they will
moolah-
intercept the cauldron.
moolah- I understand your problem. How much moolah are we talking? Give us a sum.
He shrugs. Yeah, he hasn't got something to hand, but
The frustrating thing, there's always something like this. Like we never. It feels like we're never
There
getting
is.
to Orel because there's like, oh, now we have to go fight some goblins.
No,
It's like,
wait,
okay,
Roki,
let's
hold your
do
horses.
this before we follow any leads, and then there's something else. Okay, let's do that
Hold your
before we
horses,
follow any
Roki.
leads.
Hold your horses, Roki. Hold your horses.
yeah. Honestly, I'm just seeding a few things that you can follow up on, but you can choose to do them in any order. But they do raise a good point. If they do want to transport the cauldron, then goblins could potentially steal the cauldron whilst it's transported from town to town. It'd be dreadful if the goblins get a hold of it. They're preventing you from more heartache.
I just want to know the bounty because we already dealt with this problem.
Yeah.
And I want to get paid.
There is no bounty. I'm just telling you this is a problem that has been plaguing all of 10 towns. But
Well, would the town be willing to compensate
I
us?
can offer. You have Axe Beaks. I thought that was quite a good payment last time.
Yeah.
But
New problem, new payment. Man's gotta earn his bread.
Let's put it this way: if if the goblins have raided as much as what we think they have, then it's likely they have a lot of our stuff. Maybe even gold there. Whatever you plunder, it is yours to keep.
That
That's
doesn't
Just what the
good enough.
goblins built with.
That's a problem because we already returned what we took from them, Senrith. Please,
That-
I just
that-
want to get
um,
I just want to get paid, Senrith. I've been paid.
Hold on.
you are under the impression that we've killed all the goblins.
Well, we killed.
This
their
is only you only killed a raiding party. There's more.
There are more of these wagons.
My problem is, okay, so I get this as an issue. It's very much in our way. Is it completely impossible for anyone to strike a deal with these goblins? But like, hey, you can have this amount as long as you let us, get this between the towns that we need to.
Or we
That's
just
a
killed the
complete
goblin.
impossibility.
Or we just
Dirk
killed
raises his voice and says, "You see, now I like that idea a lot better because I'm a goblin, and hey, I'm here as a speaker, being very formal, very negotiable. I brought you all mead. I mean, goblins aren't now all that bad. They're just desperate, like us, right? They want food, they want shelter. I think we go talk to them, figure out a deal."
Does we include you?
I think it's a very good idea, Dirk. Thank you for volunteering.
I see Goodbeard is
No.
willing to take on the burden of solving the issue with the burglaring goblins.
Well, I need some backup. I don't want to go in there. I'm not a. What?
You
They've
can
got an
ask
army,
Fred.
right?
You
They've
can
got a-
ask Fred to assist you.
Yeah, they have
Friend?
an ogre. Yeah, they have
Great.
an ogre.
And what happens when 100 arrows come raining down on me? If I say something wrong, I mean, you don't want to put me in charge of that. I
Well,
might,
didn't
I
you
might
just
annoy
say-
them or bore them to death.
Didn't you just say that they are very negotiable? Following by your example.
I'm saying I'm very negotiable. They could be coaxed into negotiating as well. Like I said, the goblins, they're not savages. They know
Sure,
what they're
we will-
doing. They're
we
getting
will
supplies.
I guess we will accept another side cost when the time comes to it.
If you want Dirk to actually go out there with Friend and try and solve this on his own, you can as something in the interim, right? I'm imagining eventually you'll have to deal with it yourselves, but you can totally send Dirk in the meantime. That is a kind of a funny thing to do.
Yeah,
We have a friend that actually speaks the language. That's so much better, and he has the charisma to back it up.
I mean,
No one shoots a messenger, right?
Yeah, certainly not a goblin. Right
if
there.
we did go, I can just charm them, and then we can make the deal.
Oh, yeah, the charm their leader. Goblins, they always have a chieftain, one who everyone answers to. Sheriff Southwell speaks them as, "Yes, we have learned their name. The goblins' battle cries make it abundantly clear the one who leads them is known as Yob. Yob? He's trying to read it off the page. I think it is known as Yob Gook. Yob Knock. That's it.
Is that how it's pronounced?
Yeah, no.
I should hope so.
Well,
Dirk?
Oh, yeah, that's Yob Knock.
Yep, okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that sounds like you know what? That sounds like royalty. I'm sure this guy has done many trade deals in the past. I'll bring some mead with me as a little friendship token of friendship and a gift basket of mead and cookies. Oh yeah, cook me up some cookies, Nimsy. I'll see what I can do. But yeah, so if you want, in the meantime, send Dirk off with Friend as
we'll
your
do that in the
diplomat.
we'll do that in a
Yeah.
minute.
Cool. All right. So Dirk's your diplomat. We'll see
I'm
how that
glad-
goes later.
Dirk, I'm glad to see that you take your duties as speaker so seriously.
This has got an ambassador Jar Jar Binks.
Takes a real speaker. It takes a real speaker to risk their life for the benefit of the towns.
Bastard and Jar, yeah.
I'm glad we
Totally
don't
that
have
vibe.
to commit genocide. Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many
Mhm.
things that need to be dealt with, and it's like every day that we're
Okay.
not following something about Orel, how many more
Rogi,
people are dying.
we're still gonna have to
Yeah.
deal with this, but it's gonna be a hot.
It's like every day we get 10
like-
more challenges.
I'm just like,
Oh,
these
yeah.
towns have militias and people and all this. It just seems like a
Mhm.
beneath us problem. When like,
The Speaker Sivir even speaks up and says, "But what about the Knoll attack on the Wookiees?"
What? There's Knolls. Where are
That's
they?
besides the point. One evil raiding party at a time. Right. I think we have definitely got a lot on our plate. That's quite enough for one day. Bounty has been placed on Logan Ninefingers' head. The Shardland statue, you've yet to deal with that. You're going to go out as a sacrifice, and hopefully, if you survive that ordeal, you'll head over to the Black Cabin and end this winter.
Mhm.
And then we may
I know
not have
you-
to deal with the goblins, but yes.
would,
Oh,
would
wait,
it be
that's
okay
tonight.
if someone tried to claim that bounty with an 8-fingered Logan? You know,
Wait. We also have a formal request concerning the Shardlin Golem situation. I guess it's like, how long are we gonna
A
take
request?
to solve a lot of problems? But like, we probably need to gather an expedition to the east, right? It would be handy with more people there.
Which way? Are you going
You
to
mean about the spire?
I'm talking about the place that Karov got taken to, because Averos also pointed up
Adron.
that way, because there is like evil ongoings going on with Buried City and stuff, right?
They said that there's some sort of spire buried in the snow,
Yeah.
and
That
though-
seems very related to the Duragar problem.
In a
potentially.
way.
But they said it was something maybe part of the buried civilization
Mhm.
or city. So
But-
maybe, but
The way I see it is like, we have a lot of clues, and this all could also be related to Oro in a way, right? So it's probably in their best interest and in our interest to have like maybe an expedition accompanying us, right? So we don't have to travel
Right.
alone, because if I remember, that was quite a long way off. And
It's- well, yeah, if we
Roki,
go to the map.
and as Roki put it, is what are they even doing, right, with all their manpower? Well, they could.
Well, I guess now that you've mentioned a siege on Zardarok's fucking fortress,
Yeah.
they're amassing for that. I suppose that's probably what they're doing.
Yeah.
That sounds like the biggest threat to them, because that one has actively claimed that it will be coming after Icewindale. Like Dirth even said in his like dying words, like "Doom will fall upon you." Like the Sunblights are going to ruin the Dale. So that's kind of like their biggest concern right now.
Yep.
Everything else is just
Yeah.
smaller leads that they need someone else to. This is where it is, by the way. The spire.
Yeah.
You've been given a mark by Avarice. She told you where to go.
No, the mark already was there. We found it in the papers on Karov's desk. We just didn't know what it was.
Yeah. Can you maybe put a spire under that? Like the word spire or something?
Oh yeah, I can do that. Or I can do it one better.
I have the text right there, but sure.
And where was
That does it.
That works good enough, right? So the other people don't
Mhm.
understand what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll leave it there. I should have 2 maps really, but yeah. Anyway, I think with that, is there anything else you guys want to bring up in the meeting?
No.
As a matter of fact, are there any rogue ragged tribes nearby the towns?
They haven't seen any sightings. They don't really look out for Reged tribes. Reged tribe don't really come into the town. Although, actually, Actually, having said that,
Nope.
oh,
Okay.
see, they got that one. The Reged tribe are like masters at blending into the environment. They've lived it, they walk it. It's their whole life out there. So
I mean, they're
if they were,
where
Mhm.
were they? There was a group here somewhere.
yep,
And there
and
was
one
a
up here.
group somewhere in the
Correct, yeah. And even if they
yeah.
had seen him, then it's likely that the Reged move on before they can, investigate it. Plus, they're not at like war with the Reged or anything like that. They have no need to bother them with anything.
Yeah.
The Reged are also
but the Ragged
notoriously kind of
also
at odds.
avoid
down.
the towns because they have no business
Exactly.
there. The
Mhm.
10 towers are cowards and
Yeah.
weaklings. They have no
Oh,
dealings
shit.
with them.
Okay, there is one last thing on the docket. Yep. The murderer. We still need to figure out the murderers. Trevor says there is a cold-hearted killer on the loose. And I believe Sheriff Southwell, you're one responsible for this? But basically, he had what he believed was trapped the killer because there were 3 murders every month. One in Targos, one in Brinchand, and then one in East Haven. And it was following a same pattern again. A murder had happened in Targos, and as soon as you just arrived in Brinchanda, another one had happened. But the murder in East Haven had yet to happen. And so what they did was they trapped Brinchanda. They like basically had a curfew and made sure that no one could leave. Having said that, though, they couldn't keep everyone in there forever because there were traders and merchants that go between the towns. They couldn't just hold people forever. So when you left Brinchanda and made your way to Dugan's Hall and across the Eastway, they opened up the doors, so to speak, and all the merchants, all the travelers exited as one, and some of them made their way to East Haven, sure enough, but you didn't track who that was because you went to Dugan's Hall.
Yeah.
So that is the thing still.
There were a couple of merchants named in Targos. And I believe one of them was described as very suspicious, and I forgot their name.
Yeah, and there was something about one of them that didn't really seem to feel the cold too much.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
that raised a few flags.
Well,
for
remember,
us.
that's funny because you were given that mission from Neth Max Ordinar. He told
As
you that
well.
he wanted you to deal with Torga Icevane's caravan,
Yep.
though they hadn't done it themselves because they were worried about their muscle. They had hired mercenaries, and one of the mercenaries was particularly dangerous or odd in that they didn't feel the cold. And
that
yes,
kinda,
that he looked like a mariner type.
linked in our heads because we kind of wondered if it was some sort of servant or acolyte of Oral that was somehow balancing the books around the corrupted sacrifices, or that they didn't like it. There was something like that. Certainly in my head, I can't remember if we discussed that, but
No,
sort
you
of
got
we didn't
in that.
discuss anything of this because we were so busy and we needed to go to the speakers meeting.
You practically got to the bottom of it though when you say that. Yeah, it does start ringing bells. Like effectively, you worked out the people who had been cheating the lottery were being murdered.
But if there is no lottery, there is no cheating the lottery, right?
True.
Yeah,
Because we have a volunteer.
Yeah, so that might stop
That
future
being said,
murders, but we've got a murderer to bring to justice.
that being said, really, you've actually just spent a night here. And if anything, this is an early morning start for this meeting. So I'm going to say pretty much as this is basically being brought up, there is a rapid knock on the door and you hear one of the militia say, sorry to interrupt the meeting, but we have a development. And you can hear like this kind of shouting, and there's a couple of distant screams in the town's streets. We found a body. Another one's been murdered.
Really? They didn't
And we're
even
just
wait for the sacrifice?
Great. Well, does it matter? Someone's already paid up, haven't they? Waylon, maybe you want to shed some light on this?
It's true. Someone has already. Well, it's too late now. Everyone gives scathing looks towards Speaker Waylon, as this is basically admitted that he took a bribe, and Imdra's like, "We'll deal with this later. Let's go see what this is about."
Didn't we just go over
Effectively.
this not even 3 days ago?
Let's find this body. We're gonna go to the streets, as this meeting is abruptly adjourned by the news of a new murder. As you head out into the town, you are met with the sight of a crowd. The guards are pushing people back and saying, give the speaker and the captain some space. And as you look down and onto the body, you can see there is a massive shard of ice stuck into the back of this individual. It's perfectly shaped into that of a cutlass, and yeah, their blood is almost all but frozen across the ground. You can see tracks, like footprints in the snow, but there's so much foot traffic now that it's kind of ruined the whole tracking idea. Like you wouldn't be able to follow these footprints now because there's so many people who have crowded around it.
I have a question.
The body. Yeah, sorry. Go on.
So this has happened just right now, or a couple of hours, or what are we talking? What's the time frame?
They checked the body, and it looks like the body's already cold, so it must have happened sometime during the night. The body is that of a priest from the Temple of Tempest, the Hall of Endurance.
Everywhere we go, we keep finding people stabbed with ice. Is this person never going to be found?
Well,
Can
I might have an idea that would involve some dungeon master approval, I guess. Senrith,
Yes.
we wanted to eat the big statue, right? Would
We can do that.
Not consider this whole cursed object thing a secret worth ingesting and rewarding us with something for?
He's doing you a favor, isn't he? By holding on to some corrupted ice.
But he also likes the stuff, right? I'm more asking because that's the last quest we've opened, and I think Roki is getting a bit fed up with the side quest. If we can maybe get a scroll of speed
Side
with
quest?
that.
This was your first quest.
Yeah.
No.
I'll tell you. It was one of the first.
Not the first one.
Basically,
One
where,
of the first.
where I'm trying to get at is
Semantics.
is there a way that we could reasonably acquire a scroll of Speak with the Dead?
Why would we need
I don't
a
think-
scroll of Speak with Dead if there is an entire temple full of clerics? One of them should be able to cast Speak with Dead.
Yeah, or we do that. What I'm thinking is the fastest way to catch the killer is we hand off one of the scrolls to Roki over there, and he talks to the victim, and maybe we find out who the killer was.
Good idea.
Maybe they got stabbed in the back and didn't see anything.
Yeah.
That's an expensive. Let's go investigate the body. I feel like we keep seeing them and we never actually see if there's clues on the body. Just there's
You
an
can,
thing,
yeah.
but, what if there's some hair or something?
Roki, you can roll a perception or an investigation check with advantage. because your line of thinking will lead you to the answer very quickly, and you were absolutely on the money, Roki, when you say stabbed in the back, caught unawares in the dark alley in the midst of the night. This priest did not see it coming, and their body didn't. There's no tussle. By the looks, the body is a clean kill, one strike, and fell face first into the alleyway. There's no chance they saw the killer.
If you had seen it.
So there's just someone going from town to town. There can't be that. Like, there's got to be some sightings of someone who's been in every town very recently to when we've been there. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're absolutely right. And I want to add to something else, because an 18 is pretty high. Something you already guessed is not much of a reward. There is something about the blade that might give you them away. I mentioned it was a cutlass.
Wait,
What
you said a mariner?
kind of person? There it is.
It's like a power's weapon.
Who's
I was going to ask what kind of person would wield a cutlass, but you already guessed it, a mariner.
Yeah. So, can we find out where that trader is? If am I remembering that correctly? The trader had a bodyguard or something.
Yes.
Or some muscle, right?
Torg.
So where,
Torgs.
Torg. Right. How do we find them?
Sheriff Southwell says they were one of the caravans that left Bryn Shander when we opened the gates. He must have come here to East Haven. Are they still here? Indra says, yes, there is a merchant's stall set up just on the outskirts of town. She pins it for you there.
Well, do some
Okay.
guards wanna?
I guess it's time to do some shopping and prepare for an excursion.
Oh.
I mean, if it's just outside of town, wouldn't the town's guard follow us to apprehend this individual for questioning?
I'll come with you. And so does Sheriff Southwell.
Yeah.
And you can make your way to Torga Icewind.
I'd like
And
to mount my axe beak in case anyone tries to run, and I can run them down.
Since we haven't done any combat or cast anything yet, would I have could I have said I hadn't prepared my spells for the day yet? I kind of got
What did you want to prepare?
Something. I want to just prepare Augury, because I realized we were discussing something earlier that we can actually find out if it's a good idea or a bad idea with Augury.
I'll allow it. You didn't do anything yet, and I said this is early in the morning. Yep, I will allow it.
Because we've kind of gone straight to the meeting, so I'm like, after that, we've done with that. I still need to prepare for the day. We've just kind of gone in stuff.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll allow it.
I do have one question about enlarge reduced again, right?
Yep.
It's one person or being, right? So if I ever, it's not something that I plan on doing immediately, right? But let's say, what is it, would a rider on their mount be considered one target of the spell, or is it two separate targets? Okay.
No, paladins, however, can cast self spells that it passes on to their summoned steed.
Oh, okay.
So that's kind of fun, but I don't think it will work.
It's 5th level, right?
Yeah.
It's a little bit. It's next level.
Yeah.
So yeah, they'll have some fun. But you can you could definitely ramp up their mount if you wanted and have it super large.
I just don't want to hurt the chicken. That's why I'm asking.
Okay.
Suddenly crush it. Oh.
Yeah.
Is it okay if we click long rest? Is that assumed that we've had time for a long rest tonight?
Oh, that should have been
recently.
Yeah, I already did that long ago.
Right.
Yeah, that was before the meeting.
Sorry, I didn't do it. Bad admin.
You might have
That's all right.
for a minute.
You didn't long rest yet? How dare you? Absolutely.
At least my aura is still the ice aura, same as the day before.
Okay.
Do you have
I'll just
upper
give you a
auras?
second.
I can swap between 3 auras. But there is one I will never use because it's out of
character.
Yeah. As
I'll just
a
give you a
Storm
second.
Herald Barbarian, I can swap between a Storm Aura Desert, Sea, or Tundra. And the Desert Aura deals fire damage to everyone around me. The Sea Aura deals lightning damage to one target within a certain range. And Tundra Aura gives 2 temp HP to people within a certain range that I choose.
Yeah, I guess you never want to use the fire one.
Yeah.
All right. Everyone ready? Did you want to cast All Green now or later?
I was gonna have a discussion about it first because I was kind of like the original idea of thinking of augury was I don't know when we're gonna have resources to cast it again. Was like the thing at the stone, and would summoning that creature to attack the castle be a good result, or are we just releasing something that will destroy the world?
Does the spell really work like that? By the way, is it like
not exactly like that?
It is like
a wheel of woe.
Good, bad, or rephrase the question.
We get one
it can
that's
be
good
also
and
like
bad.
both. Wheel
so,
and woe.
If we get wheel and woe, that's kind of like that kind of suggests something along the lines it will go well and then it will go bad.
Oh no, don't get me wrong. I think generally speaking, summoning the thing is a bad idea, but I'm really curious, and there is generally always a way to remedy the situation. So,
I mean, yeah, okay, but now we've come to the situation with this, the ice murder again, and we've got kind of an idea of like where we could go with this. Should we use augury to be like, hey, if we follow this path, will it get us a good result? And then we were like, okay, let's do something else then.
I mean,
or
you
use
could
augury, the original idea.
Hold on. So I just checked. Augury says it has to be an action that you're about to take, right? So.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's within the next 30 minutes. So you can say like, are we about to kill an innocent man? And it'll say, whoa, something like that.
Okay, so I'd have to use it in this situation then.
Right. If you stood there with a load of hands and said, is this good? Like what we're about to do, should we summon it? Then I could tell you right then and then if it was good or bad. But yeah, it needs to be an action within the next 30 minutes.
Well, that could be a plan for when we do that later then. But still, maybe this can still help in our current situation.
Yeah, you can ritually cast it as well, by the way. It's 10 minutes.
Okay.
Doesn't use a spell slot.
We think this guy going around killing people with ice weapons, he said a mariner?
Yes.
Yeah.
Probably.
Who doesn't ever catch the cold or something. I don't know.
Yeah, he's reportedly not been seen wearing any cold winter clothing.
So, sus as fuck. Basically.
I want his spell book, by the way. If he knows how to summon an ice scimitar, I want to know that spell.
But is it a spell?
It's not like an ice dagger spell. I don't know.
Let's
go. Let's
maybe
go.
It's a spell. Who knows?
So,
all right.
He might still be close by then.
Yeah,
might still be in town.
You're in town. Yep.
Outside of town.
So you're just about to head there now. Imdra says there's a town market. Sorry, they've set up a market stall on just the outskirts of town, and yeah, they're leading you to it right now.
Okay.
So you can cast your spell on the way there if you want to use it for interrogation purposes.
I mean, we can try and get a hint of like who we think it might be, and then use it to try and help. But, like,
I mean, go for it, man. You can ritual cast it on the way there. I'm sure it will take us 10 minutes to get there.
Yeah, and then we can get a bit like, are we following the right path, or are we just walking into something that will lead us nowhere because this guy's too elusive?
Okay.
Well, you could ask him, are we accusing an innocent man or something, right? To be more specific.
Which one are we accusing? Are we accusing Torga or their bodyguards?
Bodyguard.
Both. It would be right.
Whoever the one is that seems to
Let's-
not be affected by cold, I think we're
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, yeah, the bodyguard is sus, but we also have a bounty,
Yep.
Wait, so
and
how many
that bounty
bodyguards does he
prevents
have?
us from handing them
lot.
over to Sheriff. What's his name?
Southwell.
Wait,
Yeah.
why does
Oh.
the bounty prevent us from handing him over?
Or you could take them
If
to.
Southwell believes it's Torga Icewindale,
Yeah.
then we have free reign
Oh.
to get rid of the real killer.
Just point this out, actually. You were told not to get the authorities involved, and that way you would gain 100 gold from the bounty hunter in Bremen. So that's a choice
Okay.
you need to make.
So we're using
Whether you need-
augury to see if it's a good idea to accuse him, not one of his guards. Then. Oh, we're doing?
Her.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. You can, if that's your question.
Yeah. I just
How
want to
do
be clear
you
that-
cast augury? Is it with bones, or do you have like incense sticks? Do you
I
have a?
bones in there.
We got a bunch
the
of
25 thing of bones.
Scrimshaw.
Yeah. He remembers. Okay.
Yeah.
So Roki, you pull out the scrimshaw bones, scatter them across the ground, and they start sort of sparking almost, like heating up. Like you'd imagine kernels in a pan sort of like popping suddenly. And then they kind of like rearrange themselves, like pop, pop, pop with heat and little flames. It's almost as if you're like hot on the trail and you're like basically scorching hot, like you're onto something. And they almost rearrange themselves into an arrow, like pointing directly in the way that you were heading. And you take this as a sign to mean it is absolutely Wheel.
Well, that looks like a good result to me. Let's fucking get
on
him.
second thought, however, because we want to get paid, right, guys? We could ask Imra and the sheriff to let us deal with the situation.
Yeah. I mean, we pretty much have confirmation that they've
Mhm.
seen me do that we're after the right person. So they should be able to let us go now. Let us go deal with it.
All right, you got it. Because the bounty hunter didn't want any sort of trial or anything. They just want you to kill them and put an end to this murder spree.
Oh, was
Perfect.
it that?
All right.
Okay. Yeah, I've been itching for a
They
fight.
said they didn't really care what you do. They didn't even care if you brought back a head. They said if you try to lie to them, it's probably a bad idea considering they are themselves a bounty hunter. Okay, you arrive on the scene.
They had one
And-
stipulation. That is that they wanted us to make sure that we've got the right person.
Yes, but he said
That's right.
he would know because the murders would continue, right? If we didn't catch the
Yeah,
person.
they would. Exactly, yeah. They would know. All right, you arrive at Torg's caravan. There are 3 wagons set up, dog sleds. There's plenty of dogs. There's some of them are standing up and barking in your direction as you approach. And you hear a female dwarf commanding and stern, saying, quiet down, these are customers. Don't be so rude. You see a bunch of other dwarfs are scattered around. Some of them are unpacking, so they're setting up the actual market, rolling barrels, putting out trays. Lots of goods here. There's no one thing that she sells. It's all a mix. Bags, weapons, ale, clothes, you name it. And
Okay.
amongst them, there is one that isn't a dwarf. He's a man with slicked back hair. He's wearing a mariner's outfit, and he seems to have these cold blue eyes with an olive complexion. He's tied his hair back into a ponytail. He doesn't seem to have any facial hair or even body hair. But yeah, he's kind of got a stylish vest with matching pants and boots.
Which one is he? Oh, there, the white dragon.
The one with the name.
Mhm. You can't really miss him. But no, he doesn't actually appear to be armed. But yeah, those eyes, though, they are striking. Almost
That's
as blue as a frozen lake.
Very
They
deceiving.
look like my colors.
Indeed.
Well,
Snob says, wow, that guy's basically a dead giveaway, right? How we see that before. Graham.
I kind of said it'd be quite good if possible to take my axe beak just to chase
sure.
after anybody. Is that okay? Is that possible? We didn't get a chance to chat.
No, of course.
All right.
Yeah, no. You can actually drag your own axe beak out onto the map. I think they're under mounts, and then you'll find Colonel Santa's aka Wedge. You just drag him out and bang, you like that. You got it. Cool.
Magic.
Nice. All right. Faith's following up. Juniper's here. Torga welcomes you. Right, welcome. We got trinkets, baubles, knickknacks, and paddywhacks. Give a dog a bone. What do you need?
Before we continue with this, right? We have 2 talking characters, and we only want her bodyguard, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so Tracker is super good at talking to dwarves. I'm just saying that because last time you forgot you had the helmet. You're a friend to all dwarves.
Sure.
Yeah, you have advantage.
I've got the helmet. I've got advantage, but it doesn't match against Roki's and Graham's charisma.
You mean Roland? Right. Roland has abnormally high charisma.
I've got a -1 modifier on persuasion.
Okay.
We should maybe.
So with advantage, that might average to maybe a 12. Tops.
But what's it for intimidation?
A +1.
You don't have to be friendly about it, right?
But yeah, when they're raging, they can use strength or intimidation. So, what was that you wanted to say, Roland?
No, I was just saying at some point we should consider giving that helmet over to the Fae, one of the Fae's character, but because it could be quite useful now. But we'll do that another time.
Okay.
Or talk about it another time.
Looks like you're in the market for a new weapon, perhaps. Or maybe just some good mead. We have some of the old finest stuff. Before the old bodies, before they got known as corpse mead. We have some of the OG.
Oh no.
Wait, corpse meat? Who names their meat corpse meats?
That's
such terrible branding.
Yeah.
What weapons? I'm seeing a lot of stuff here. Which are the
Okay.
weapons?
Oh.
They are wielding.
Their own show.
Oh yeah, these racks over here.
Wait, there. Mind if I go over?
You absolutely can. Have a
Do we
little
see
look.
weapons on the racks? What do we see weapons that people are wielding?
Well,
they are wielding clubs, maces, scimitars, and heavy crossbows.
Okay.
Fuck crossbows.
Oh, sorry, light crossbows.
Just to gauge her reaction.
Oh no, one of them's got a heavy crossbow actually.
Just to gauge her reaction on it, right? I would like to ask her. Well, I'm looking for something peculiar, and I'm kind of leaning in, attempting to whisper it to her. Do I have to do a sneak for that, or?
Not necessarily.
Well, I'm telling her that I'm looking for an ice cutlass or ice saber. How would she react to that?
You can roll an insight check.
Mm-hmm.
He looks at you like, that's some kind of magic weapon?
Oh my god.
I mean, I can try to acquire one for you, but it'll come at a cost. I have to keep my eye out for it.
Well, with what you told me about Insight earlier, right? My mind was already made up that she probably isn't aware of her bodyguard doing stuff.
Okay. Yeah, you can read into the way I said it or what she said as much as you like, but a 7 doesn't give you much.
It doesn't
he seems to be trying to keep it down low. Like she whispers back, she doesn't just announce it. Right. Tracker, you're over by the weapon rack.
Yeah.
checking out some axes. Some of them have seen battle. They're chips. There's even a bit of blood splatter. These aren't like crafted out of the forge. These have been looted.
Yeah, so there's nothing dwarven quality stuff.
Not the good
fancy
stuff, no.
kinds, no.
I mean, for the
No,
fact
these
Any weapon that is of the black glossy kinds? Maybe crystalline?
black glossy kind. No Charlene. The best looking
Yeah.
weapon out of everything here is there is a battle axe that has been silvered.
Ooh. Yeah, but that's a bit out of my shopping expenditure, I guess.
I mean, is that
Okay.
how much is the
Yeah.
silver padlocks?
I assume that's gonna be 70 silver or something, right? Or what is it?
Close, I think.
Gold,
Just
sorry.
double check. So weapon properties, modifications, silvered. It's going to be 100 plus the battle axe price.
Oh, 100?
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So a battle axe is about 10 gold, so
10.
110 gold.
Yeah.
I see you're admiring the finest silvered battle axe. Aye, that thing will cut straight through a werewolf.
Or a ghost. Or a flickering.
Or a-
No.
Or
only-
a ghost, yeah.
Wait, does it?
I think that's
You can
the
roll an
point
insight check.
of weapons, right?
That sounds like
Roll an
bullshit.
insight check.
Is it?
Roll an insight check, Tracker.
I do not want to fight any more ghosts. I've fought enough ghosts in my
Oh.
life.
She's like, oh, aye, ghost, I'll do it. No, totally. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She's never fought a ghost before. Yeah, probably not, Tracker.
Yeah.
She knows
Have you
the
ever
obvious
fought a
one,
ghost?
Yes, we did actually.
No, I'm asking Torga.
but I can't say I have. Maybe one of my mercenaries of one of my boys. Have you ever fought a ghost? And then she looks around, and the most of the dwarves here are kind of like stern or stoic. They don't really give off much expression, but you do see one person look up from their duties. This
Oh, that's fun.
cold blue eyes, the cold blue eyes stare at Torgo. She says, "Ghost," and she turns and goes, "Oh, or maybe you have Sefik. Come on, Mr.
Sefik.
Caltroll, tell us a story."
That man looks like he talks to ghosts.
He says, I've had a fair share of close encounters, you could say.
What's your
What?
take on salt with ghosts then? That seems to work.
Salt? No. You're better off with magic.
Alright, so Roland's gonna wander up to him on the axe beak and say, it's a funny thing. We recently spoke with a ghost of the recently deceased. They had most interesting things to say. Would you like to know how they had died? I'll tell
I've had
you
a lot
then.
of death in. He said, "Go on." He's about to say, "I've heard a lot of death in these parts," but yeah, you interrupt him and tell him.
I'll tell you then. He had been stabbed in the back with a blade that melted, disappeared, even in this cold. Can you believe that? Do you think ghosts are capable of lying and misleading the living, or do you think that's something that did indeed happen?
He looks at you with his narrows his cold chips of ice for eyes. and says, stranger things have happened in Icewindale.
Stranger things indeed.
If you're referring to the murders, though, yes, I'm well aware of them.
Oh, really? Yeah. And what do you know about them?
The same thing you just described. But they clearly got what they deserved.
Oh, yeah. What did they deserve?
Everyone is a God-fearing person in Icewindale. They should know that trying to cheat a goddess is unwise.
Oh no, he's not just a killer.
Cheating a goddess? I don't think I follow. Certainly the ghost of the dead person that we spoke of spoke nothing of cheating a goddess. Do you have information you could share with us? It would be most helpful.
He looks around. I'm afraid I am just a lowly mercenary. I don't know much more about that than anyone else.
I'm curious though, when you say the cheating of the god, I didn't understand what you meant.
You must be well informed. I believe the speakers and the sheriffs didn't even realize that they were cheaters until just the day before.
Well, the rumors have been going around. No one trusts Speaker Whalen. Or that Neth Maxildanar. I heard he came in chains this morning. The talk of the town is already that someone was cheating the lottery.
Well,
if you're trying to pin suspicion on me, then you might as well go and arrest every fisherman in the tavern for their tales.
I'm simply saying we think you seem to have useful information that the authorities would be very, very grateful if you were to share that with them, and I must insist that you accompany us to have a discussion with the priests of my church. Will you accompany us, sir?
Torga says, well, hey now, he's protecting the wagons, so, and I pay him for that. I pay him for his time, so are you going to pay him to go on a little church visit?
Sure, what's an hour of his time worth?
Probably about 4 gold.
Yeah, I'll throw her 4 gold too, so she's reimbursed for her troubles.
Wonderful. Well, it's sorted then.
We need him for a bit more than an hour. For bringing him to the church of Latender.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to come with us. I've got a sneaky feeling.
Yeah. I feel like he's not going to come by his own volition. Don't worry about the logistics of it this time, please.
It's the worst 4 gold you've ever spent, Stef.
He says, you'll have to drag me through the snow. You want me to step foot inside a church?
Well, we paid for his time, right, Torga?
Are you fearing gods that much that you're too afraid to walk in his church?
Stepping into a church would mean I am admitting that Oral is not as fearsome as she is made out to be. That I'm huddling safe inside a church, away from her ire.
We don't need you to step into the church at all. Just come with us to speak to the authorities, but we must ensure that the evidence you give is accurate to the best of your knowledge, and the priest will help us be assured of that.
Roll me a persuasion check.
While this is going on, Senrith, might I maybe like take a closer look at him and see if he's carrying any religious symbols that might be similar to what Faith is carrying around?
Brilliant. He doesn't seem to be wearing anything of the sort. No 6-pointed snowflakes. No, nothing like that. But he does stand his ground. He's like basically stands up, gets right up into your face, Sir Roland, and says, "You don't hold the authority in this land. No one does."
I mean, does Faith have any reaction to this at all? Because I'm sure Faith will have picked up on him being...
She's biting her nails right now. Like, she's really afraid of what's about to break out.
Yeah.
She's holding, like, her staff ready if she needs to heal anyone. And I think she also is just staring directly at Sefik as if there's something about him that is definitely creeping her out, but she kind of knows at the same time. I guess also, Tracker, you can also roll an insight check as well. This is specifically you because of something.
Nope.
Nope. Okay. It is just very cold out. There's this kind of light snow that's coming down.
Okay.
That's all you can really feel.
Hey,
Okay.
I have one question for you, Torgar, right? Because I'm technically speaking with her. What
Yeah.
weapon does your bodyguard actually use to fight?
Torga looks around and to Sefik and says, "No, come to think of it, I think he just uses whatever he's got in reach. You had a pretty good shot with a crossbow, aren't you?" But she doesn't really seem to see much more information into it. She's clearly not on the same wavelength you are. Dingo, what did you want to add?
I sort of clear us because I got an idea to stop this dragging on. So all these guys have fucking melee weapons and crossbows. Poor guy has weapons, but we don't see any weapons on this guy, and we pretty much just want to take him and take him away from this place, right?
Basically, we don't want to kill innocents because we have a strong reason to believe that she does not know about him being the murderer.
I kind of just want to do something completely insane to
You do it, Dingo.
move this situation forward. Not the person you expect I'm going to target with this, but this is happening. I am grabbing a hold of Torga. And I'm going to say, we don't hold power. I'm holding the person that everyone here is in charge of defending. And either you're coming with us or she dies. The rest of us, you want him to come with us or you want her to die. She's under my control. And you step forward, she dies.
Okay, jeez. Immediately, all the dwarves are on edge. Even the dogs suddenly start barking and yapping in your direction. They don't understand the threats like everyone else does, but certainly the bandits are grabbing a hold of their light crossbows. And do you do anything else? You've got them paralyzed, right? Do you want to go up to them and put a knife to their throat, or?
No, I'm just holding them paralyzed. These guys don't know what kind of power I hold, so they don't know if I can.
Right.
We've got Storp next to them, so that's gonna be okay.
Because she's kind of I think... from the looks of it, she's being held by something, so that could easily appear that can get tighter and tighter until it's too tight.
Oh shit! Of course. You know what? Also, roll me an intimidation with advantage as well, because you are clearly sending this home. Wow, yeah, that's going to be an 18. Okay, so the crossbowmen don't just fire immediately. They see that your threat is real, and your threat is going to be something of a problem for them if they do. You could probably kill her before they have a chance to shoot. So they don't fire immediately. Torga is sputtering. She can't even speak because she's paralyzed. She's just like... and choking even more and more. Sefik, suddenly you see a cold wisp of air whistle between his fingertips, and suddenly he is clenching around a grip of ice that starts to extend, reaching up further and further until it finds a singular sharp point. And we see Sefik Kauter in all his glory.
Oh my goodness, I think he's the murderer.
Well, there's the proof. This guy is
You've-
the murderer.
He's a warlock.
You
He's a
have
celestial
definitely
warlock.
You forced his hand. He's not anything like that. But again,
Come
these aren't
on,
player
he-
characters. But
So now, if the rest of you will let us take this now proven murderer, who has been going around murdering people with ice weapons, using you guys to disguise that he is traveling around, that he is said murderer, we will leave the rest of you alone. And because I don't think you want to be defending a murderer, do you?
they back away as you say this. They sort of like look a little uneasy, and they've all given you the space. Several of them grab a hold of the dogs that look ready to pounce on you, Roki, because, as like I say, they don't understand what you're doing. They just see you as a threat to their master. But the dwarves intercept them and grab a hold of them and say, "Well, do what you like with him. He's not one of ours." And with that, I'm going to ask you guys to roll initiative, because he's not just standing there with a blade; he's taking a swing. And let's get this underway. Oh yeah, we've got a new tracker. This is at the top of your screen. You'll see the carousel, and
Oh,
this is going to make tracking initiative
Ooh.
so much better. For those who play Baldur's Gate 3, you'll enjoy this.
It's turn order. Yay.
This is it's a turn order, so you don't have to keep clicking on the tab. You can just see it from there. All right, what else?
Chibbles and Wedge don't need to be in there.
Yeah, I'll get rid of them. Gibbles, Wedge. Okay, looks like everyone's on. Cool. All right, at the top of the round, Tracker, they have summoned a deadly blade of ice. What do you do?
Else, you know what? I'm close enough to the people that are gonna like this. I don't need to target them, so that's gonna be. Those wedge cuts? Yep. Okay, cool. Two can play this game with their cold magic tricks. Let's do it this way. He was unarmored, right?
Mm-hmm.
This one.
Going for a reckless attack? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, that's certainly his. Yeah, in a moment of like the quick draw, he draws his sword. You're already swinging with your axe, colliding into his side. He lets out a grunt and turns to you with these cold eyes.
Did he just take 11 damage like it's a scratch? What?
13.
13.
He did. Oops.
Okay. That's.
Gorga, I'm gonna roll a wisdom save for. Right?
I mean,
She's still paralyzed.
Roki can break the concentration on his own if he wants to, right? Because and release her.
Yeah, I mean, I'll
If
happily
you want.
like.
If you
Not
want.
now,
That's
but
up
like
to
when
you.
it comes around to my turn, I'll let go because I you know,
Okay. Yep, she doesn't have a turn. Faith,
yeah.
what would you like Faith to do?
Can Faith remove Torga from the battlefield? Like,
Yes,
grapple her and
they
bring her,
can.
like, over there?
Yep, they can dash with them. They get them to safety. Look, we don't want you in this crossfire. We're not after you. Just the murderer. Murderer. Stef, you're up.
I will not use my blade tongue this time. Oh well, that was just for me. Snorp moves up because Snorp is very brave.
Yeah, but Snorp is not yet.
Oh yeah, but my familiar moves up. I'm sorry. I have to. Give me a second. Wait, they are duplicated. What's happening?
What?
My
They're not.
my familiar is gonna do the help action on Mr.
Yep.
Wait, how do I activate that? Oh, it doesn't matter.
You don't have to. You can just roll with advantage by holding down Alt
And what will we do with him?
if you're doing advantage.
What will we do with him? Yeah, I guess I'll conserve some resources. I'll just roll again. Undo.
While you here, yeah, you can just roll a d20 rather than target him and then do more damage that I have to undo. That's okay. You're tanking it there. So you've done 6 points of fire damage. That is a hit.
Let me pretend. Oh, because that's weird.
He kind of shrugs it off, brushes his shoulder, and says, "Murderer here. You know that the ragged barbarians have 12 words for snow." He begins drawing his sword towards you. Kraken.
There's actually 13.
There's Natar, fresh snow.
Expecting a guy that's about to swing at you.
Don't think this is the time to be a smartass.
He takes a swing at you, cuts you down in front. You suddenly feel this icy grip around your chest as the cold damage seeps in.
All damage is halved.
Not the cold. Oh, is it?
Even the
Yeah,
cold,
you actually
because
are,
I've got the boots.
Yeah.
He
sees this. He looks down and then. Then there's Kanaka. Means there's snow on the ground. But Genkikak means there's snow bank. Suddenly, he disappears in a whirl of snow, leaving just such a snowbank on the floor. Then he suddenly reappears behind you, Stef, and pirouettes into position in a swirl of snow. So very fascinating.
He
Shows
had
what
advantage.
meanings we cling to, yes? What it truly is, what is truly important. More words, more passion. He takes another swing towards you, Stef.
I should have activated my. Wait. What was his hit?
Yes, he had advantage, but it didn't matter.
Okay. I mean, yeah,
It does matter if I.
it could matter, but
Not
Matter. I have a react, but it's fine. I'm not reacting.
Okay. He says, humans have only one word for love. One word for life. But so very many words for the ending of it. When we are hungry, we slaughter. Or butcher, yes? A captive spy? A traitor? They are dispatched. Our foes we slay. When we are angry, we murder. Suicide is reserved for ourselves. He continues to slice into you, Stef. But so many. Infantricide, regicide, patricide, immolate, honor kill, euthanize. An entire village is massacred. An entire race, genocide. A god, deicide. Yes, so many words. So many. After that, he is going to throw out a icy dagger towards someone. I'm gonna.
How many actions does he fucking have? What the fuck?
You can
probably
attack of
3.
opportunity here, Steph. If
What?
you want to take it, you can attack of opportunity if you want.
Yeah, I will take an attack of opportunity. Short swords. There we go.
Nice.
Yeah, that's actually a little hit. Yeah, that will hit. He backs away, kicks this dwarf away, and basically takes cover behind this. Well, as he's going, he's going to throw out an ice knife towards someone. And I just realized he's still within damn reach. That's going to be awkward. You know what, we'll make it Stef anyway, because right there.
Why is that with?
Disadvantage
Because I
because
think
it's
he's-
an enemy, or not an ally.
Anyway, that hits you, and an icy knife sinks into your chest, and then he's going to take cover behind this
How
tree.
the fuck he cast 2 spells, 2 attacks in the turn?
No, it's a regular attack.
No, but he teleported before, and then he throws an ice knife. That's a spell.
He's not a player character, but anyway, that's your turn, Roki.
I can't decide what I want to do, so I'm gonna flip a coin to the side. And with that coin flip, I'm gonna say, sorry for holding you up, Torga. I hope you understand that we had to get this guy to reveal himself. So throw a guiding bolt in his direction.
What the hell did you do to
Oh,
me?
I missed!
It does. He's hiding behind this tree, and you see it just poof, the brilliant light shatter over the bark.
I don't know if there's anything else I can do. I'll try that next turn. Well, I hope we can make this up to you.
Okay.
I'll just end my turn there. And hope Stef's
All right. You hit him with fire damage, didn't you? You bastard.
I did hit him with fire damage.
Snort. Anything for Snort?
How far can Snort move?
Not enough to get
not
to
that
him unless he wants
far.
to dash.
Yeah, well, Snort is gonna get into position. I don't know what my familiar is doing. My screen is fucked up. Wait, I have to reload.
Okay, well, he's gonna. He can't do anything on his turn anyway,
Can
so we'll just
fire
skip over to Sir Roland.
shot, I think. Wait, you can fire a slingshot at him. My game is just
All
loading.
right. Yeah, you can try. It's got a lot of cover behind this tree, but you can try.
Yeah, the nice screen blacking out soon. There we go. I'm back.
Oh, I know what's going on.
Actors. So, he does have a slingshot, yeah.
Oh, global
With
damage.
disadvantage, right? 13.
I just rolled it for him. You kind of missed, but
Why
I
is
mean,
it
why he had disadvantage in the
disadvantage?
first place.
Because he's
Yeah,
in
that's what I'm
cover.
trying to wonder in the first place. No, that's not what cover gives you.
Oh.
Yeah, it gives you AC.
Oh.
We'll
Well, then it
let it
would
fly
have
for now.
been...
Anyway, just let's go to Sir Roland.
Sorry, I think my mic was off there. Does cover give you AC from every angle?
No,
Right.
just from the angle which you guys are.
Do you know what? I'm gonna come to here, and then let me just check if
He's probably still got 3 cores against you
You've
at
got
this point.
10 more feet of movement.
Yeah, I know, but I don't. I actually don't want to get in range with him. I'm going to sit there and I'm going to cast
Oh,
Bless.
even more.
He
Uh-huh.
has more because he's on the bird.
Yeah, he's got 50 feet and he
Yeah.
can dash, but actually I want to get Bless up first.
All right.
And oh, sorry, that was meant to go on Roki, Stef, and me.
Okay. All right.
How would I do that? Will I cast
You
it
might be
again?
able to. You can target them,
And then just cast it
and
again.
then you can do this. Cast it again, and it should do that.
Awesome.
Yeah, that worked. Cool. All right.
And,
They are blessed.
Then, if I can get Colonel Sanders to take the dodge action.
Yeah, sure thing. Tracker.
He is so far away. I'll use my feline agility to double my speed.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I should have gone here. And I'll let out another ice storm.
Okay.
There. He still has cover from me, right?
He does, yeah, definitely. 3/4 there.
Damn.
Not
Nope.
that would have made a difference. Yeah, dug straight into the branch, just like. Dong.
And the javelin
All right.
shatters, right? Because it's a 1.
Yeah, pretty much. I think you're getting that one back. Okay. Bulga is a little besides herself. Like, that fucker used a spell on me. Damn well near choked me to death. And they can see that you're clearly just working on one person right now. But man, is she so tempted to get her own back on that. I love how you were like, oh, we don't want to get innocents involved. She's clearly like, you've already been told by Max or Dinar. She's like someone who steals from the bodies and such.
You can't steal from the dead.
You cannot steal from we are doing the same thing. All we hear is from dead people.
She is Faith is like, don't look, you're unharmed. We don't want any trouble. There's trouble. You come into my camp, you start flinging off spells and throwing javelins. He's like, look, we don't mean to harm you. Hold on. All right, she's gonna cast calm emotions on these dwarves.
What's she
Oh
coming?
shit! August, please.
That's
She's trying to calm them down.
Okay.
He's like, look, I dragged you to safety because I don't want you getting hurt. Torga is still pissed though. She gets her men to hold their fire, so they're already in crossbow shots at you guys. Stef, you're up.
Well, guess no more fucking around. Features, late song, usability. Me too.
What are you doing?
I'm just
Okay.
activating the late song. My trusty familiar Chibbles has 6 feet of movement. This is flying.
Yeah, if he's up in the air.
He's gonna
You'd
use
actually-
help action on this guy. And just to confirm, cover only gives him like what happens if I do Scorching Ray at him?
AC.
So
Then
Scorching
you're gonna have a harder time hitting him.
isn't Scorching Ray dex saving?
Rolls.
Nope.
No, it's an attack.
Hmm.
You're thinking Burning Hands.
Okay. So you know, moving out of the way doesn't actually save me because he can teleport behind me anyway.
Steph, can you hide behind my axe beak and take? Do you get half cover or anything? Does that give you a better?
Yeah,
position?
you would. Yeah, if you're
Um,
behind a creature, you can have half cover.
If
But
I go,
underneath the X beak, it's a bit
if I
tricky.
go behind Chibbles, does he still have cover?
No, not from you.
Thank you.
He's kind of got like a root over his leg, but it's not really cover.
How do I
Consider it.
automatically activate advantage on the Scorching Ray?
You just hold down Alt as you click the spell.
Cause second level. All
We'll see how it
three-
works.
We'll see how it works. All 3 at Mr.
And I could do. Oh yeah, it rolled advantage, right?
Yeah.
Oh no, that's disadvantage.
Disadvantage.
It's because there's a bandit right here. Let me move out your way. Anyway, I think you're still hitting most of these. Oh shit, there's a nat 20 in there.
How many scorching rays are you rolling?
3 hits.
Yeah, okay, one of those, you can roll another 2d6 fire.
Um,
So just roll in the dice tray, just click 2d6.
roll 2d6. Fair enough. Another 7.
Oh wow,
to
that
the-
bless is kicking his ass. Really doing a good job. You see there's this kind of frost that is billowing up around him now that you've kind of come around and you can get a clear sight. His eyes are like glowing blue as this frost begins to cover his body. But then the fire that impacts him just burns away this frost and rime. What looks to be like trying to close his wounds suddenly just bursts wide open and he starts bleeding profusely out onto the snow. Looks up at you, coughing up blood.
This trick again.
I cannot think of a word though for my own work. Is it execution? No, there was no sentence. No lord or kingly proclamation. No justice. And certainly not for any greater good. Auril is no benevolent being. Oh gods, no. She is nature's vengeance incarnate. She is the blizzard, the storm, the lightning strike. She is inescapable. Don't you understand? There is no hope. Ah! Charges forward and plunges the ice longsword into you.
As a reaction, I will activate shield, please. Thank you, sir.
Okay, that will block it just in time, and the ice shatters on impact on the arcane barrier, and he immediately wastes no time, and in his offhand, he just immediately summons another icy blade, and begins to... Well, it's going to avoid you, I think, because you've just got that huge boost away.
Can you reset my HP back so I don't get the level of exhaustion?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, he's gonna... Who do we go for instead?
Not snore.
Could you get behind me, please, so I don't have to move again?
That's the tactic, yeah. That is literally the tactic. I'll tell you what. We're gonna do something really mean, and he says, "Annoying." Fuck! I mean, Jibbles. Well, Jibbles lives another day. He's gonna misty step, but appear right up into the tree. Actually, hold up. I do, don't I? I want to actually use this.
That's what's happening.
Oh yeah, fuck yeah.
Oh, nice.
Sorry, yeah, the animations are sick. But yeah, imagine it more like a windy frost just billows out in your face, and as you're like blinded momentarily, you see he's suddenly reappeared, and he's now up in the top of the tree. And we're gonna fire down something instead. Yeah, we'll fire his ice dagger off at.
Hey. Question.
We'll have Sir Roland. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Does Misty Step provoke attack of opportunity or not?
No, it does not.
Okay. Good to know.
Coming your way.
To know.
Please. No, that's not going to hit, even with the 7. Suddenly an icy dagger shatters on your armor, Sir Roland. Seems like he is definitely losing the fight. And it's over to you, Roki.
Hey, Stef, you think you can hold on, or do you need some healing?
Nah, just kill the bastard.
Okay. As you wish. It'd be really funny if you fell out of the tree right now. You know, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like 20
wow.
feet up. Oh, you didn't.
he failed.
He failed.
You did. You did.
So, does he fall out of the tree, or?
I mean, he's not like necessarily holding on, but he does kind of go limp and paralyzed, and like leans up against the branches. His arm goes over one of the others. Like he's like lodged up in there, paralyzed, but he doesn't like just completely fall out. I will say he's just probably prone at the very least.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
that's-
is he in range for Roland to just walk up and stab him whilst he's paralyzed in the tree? Or is he too high up?
He's about
How,
20
how
feet
high
up,
is the tree?
so-
Okay.
That's 20 feet. Roland
feet.
has like a spear, doesn't he? Like a
yeah,
long
it's 10 feet
thing.
reach.
Okay. Well, I'll see what you guys do on your turn.
Oh,
He
I
still
can
wasted
climb.
his whole go though. Because next
Yeah,
turn he
well-
doesn't get a go. Snort. Good shit though. Well done. Good turn. Go ahead, Snort. Does he pop a shot at him? Nope. No Snort. Okay. All right. So Roland.
Wait. Yes, of course. I'm sorry. I forgot that's me for a second. Sling at this guy. Snorp is on a killing spree today.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, crack upside the head. He's still alive, but man, you could imagine any mortal man would have been dead by now. There's some sort of supernatural power clinging onto him. So Roland, you're up.
Right. I will go to here.
He's
Tell
an
me
whole
if
person, right? So everything automatically hits.
Only melee.
No. Wrong on that.
And
When a melee attack hits, it'll be a crit.
Dude, let's Roland have his go.
could I add 10 lay on hands onto Stef? In fact, make it 50.
Yes,
So
you got it.
I'll just take that down to 5, and then I will again just take the dodge action with Colonel Sanders.
Okay, perfect.
And that's my turn.
How much did? Sorry, how much? 10 on Roland. Sorry, 10 on Steph. Yeah,
15 on Steph. And
15.
Yeah,
There
so
we go.
I've gone down from 20 to 5.
Very nice. Okay. Yeah, it's a melee attack made within 5 feet is what crits. Or I think it's just any attack within 5 feet is what crits, but you still have to roll to hit. You just have advantage for most of those. Okay.
Could you just
Tracker?
check if the positioning of Colonel Sanders? I don't mean to have accidentally climbed up a tree with
That's
him.
all right. Yeah, no, there you go. You're good.
I will climb up the tree.
They're like,
Spider chicken, spider chicken.
You flappy wings up there. Flappy bird.
That's the maxi. I've got
Sorry.
30 feet of climbing speed. Climbing a
Yes,
tree is
you
as
do,
easy
and
as
I-
walking around.
Tabaxis, man.
All
All right, so
and because
you
I'm,
started. Yeah,
is this
but
with
you
advantage?
do get to him. You have advantage.
Cool. I
if
assume
you
that
wanted
because
to
I'm
back-
climbing, fuck, what is it called? Because I'm climbing, I probably need my hands to climb up, which means I don't have my axe.
That's a good point.
So I'll do it this
Very
way.
fair. Very fair. That's obvious. So it's a crit no matter what. And
Which would
11 points of
be-
piercing damage. A mortal wound.
No,
That would.
it's 12 plus 18.
Why is that?
So it's a crit, right?
Yeah, and it rolled 2d6.
Yeah, but it's a 1 and a 4 instead of.
You normally roll
Oh
1d6.
wait, never mind.
It's rolled 2d6.
I'm confused. Never mind.
That's all right.
Good.
You still got.
I've got my bonus
action?
action, and oh wait, he's prone already.
Yeah, he's already.
I'll use my bonus action and snaring
Oh.
to shove him off the tree.
You bastard. All right, yeah, he fails automatically because he's paralyzed, so he doesn't get a roll.
So
That's
that's
gonna do
another
enough.
2d6.
Oh my god. Yeah, you know, that's just mean. He's on 1 health, so he immediately falls, and you hear as he lands the sound of death's door as he clangs to the ground.
Before we continue, right? Since he's at death's door or anything, do we actually want to kill him right away, or do we have further questions for this guy?
I think he's an extremist. He's not going to stop. He won't stop.
No. I don't think he's gonna stop, but he seems to have a very strong connection to Oro, and that's something that Faith and we as a whole might be interested in.
That's true.
Yeah.
Faith will, in that case, Faith will shout like, "I know, I want answers, but he's too dangerous to let live."
Okay. I'm fine either way. I'm just asking, like.
He knows Misty Step. There's no safety in keeping him alive.
He could get away. If we want to talk to him, we'll speak to his body. Torga is still on edge about the whole ordeal happening here, but let me just check something.
Well, we got the point off trying to make up for this situation.
Yeah, she is definitely pissed, you can tell, but she's not making an action to just fight. She's looking at you with a scathing look like, "You fucking owe me for this. Ugh, that's my mercenary you're killing right now. And you nearly choked me. I need more than 4 gold compensation for that." Faith is trying to parlay with them. Look here, take my gold.
You can have Roki's axe speak.
No.
Yeah.
I was going to offer a god, not my axe speak. Fuck off.
So, Stef, you're up next.
Well, he's down on the ground.
Yep.
I'll take my angle. He has 1 hit point left, right?
No.
Prone, paralyzed, no hit points, death's door, punctured.
Yeah. You know what? Wait.
Also, you stopped his regeneration with fire. I want to let you know. Yep, he has that.
How do I do it with advantage again now?
He's prone, which means you have disadvantage on ranged attacks.
Right, so it's a flat roll. So just hold down Alt as you click your spell. Alt for advantage.
Yeah, but
okay. You need to do that to cancel out the disadvantage. Actually, I think because he's paralyzed, it'll roll flat anyway. So.
Fuck you, sir.
But yeah, you don't need to hold down Alt. It will actually just automate and should just roll flat.
Well, why is it not shooting at him?
In targeting?
He vanished from my list of targets.
I see him on your screen as targeted.
Yeah, but I mean in the target. Skip that and unconscious. Wait. Cancel. Let's do this again.
Oh, is it trying not to target him because he's unconscious or something?
Skip that and unconscious. Okay. There we go.
Oh, I see. All right. He thinks because he's dead. Okay, wow.
He's already dead.
Okay.
Calm down.
Very, very dead.
He's already dead.
Another crit. Jesus, man. All right. So I'm going to roll 2 con saves for him.
He threw a knife at me. He
did. He nearly killed you.
He has to roll more than 1.
Okay. Oh, yeah, but I don't think that's a save to begin with. So, you absolutely annihilate this body. The flesh is scorched and melted away as you see the body just being held down in the snow. Blast after blast, you see as his form gets ripped away, this cold blue seems to be emanating from his eyes, like the windows to his soul. And it's almost through those windows that his very spirit begins to escape him and rises up out of his body. Except instead of seeing what would look like a human mariner, you see a feminine form she has long, dark, reddish-looking hair. You see there are bone-like trinkets dangling down from her furs. And she has this long kind of spear in hand.
We recognize her,
What's
right?
her name? You've never seen this person before, but there is something a little bit familiar about her, I will say that much. She's got this long kind of wintry cape and these wild-looking eyes as they stare back at you.
I mean, to me, it sounds like that's just Oro herself, maybe.
No.
Mhm.
Red-haired
Dingo.
druids.
Oh.
This is what you see before you. But in a spiritual form. So she's kind of like translucent and hovering there. And she continues to speak almost as if nonchalantly, as if the body that was just shed was nothing to her. And she just continues to, that same sentence from before, saying, I simply ended the delay. The fleeting respite felt by an attempting to escape the inescapable. They must have felt relieved that their fate was swapped with another's, like some ill-fitted cloak. To walk away thinking they've cheated fate herself, only to realize that no, they simply took the long way around. And here we are. So what's the word for this killing? I have none. And so I say with some clumsiness that it was I who killed them. For lack of a better word, I freely admit it. We will all feel the embrace of Oro soon enough. To think otherwise is insanity. And we're gonna roll this ghost onto initiative instead. Well, we'll keep him at the same. And it makes sense
really
because
use
it
a
is
sword
truly
that
her.
I can really use a sword that can hurt ghosts right now.
Yep.
I think we have spells that can hurt ghosts.
No, I'm just making a joke.
Okay, let's see. Who shall we possess?
I thought they were gonna like vanish and
Oh.
then we'd have to deal with them on a later day, not just immediately fuck with us.
Can I use my reaction to attack if she has moved?
I'm trying to think which one I should go for because she's technically in. Oh yeah, no, she's in range of you right now. She's just above the body. But I'll tell you what, Roland, as you're so intent on attacking her, let's just check. It's a charisma save. That's like your fucking thing. I should take control of your axe speak. That's what I need to do. Your axe speak. You're a little ways away, I think.
Oh no.
Yeah, but I'm the one that like came in here and did hold person and everything.
It's very true. You are an absolute thorn in her side, I won't lie. Ooh. Alright, you know what? You practically asked for it. I'm coming for you, Roki. You can make an attack of opportunity after all, Roland.
Okay.
Straight the ghost.
Right.
I'm so glad they're going for the
Can you see
person
them?
that has bless
Yeah,
on
you can
them.
just about see them. Yeah, that's true. But if I get... What the shit? Oh,
Oh,
God,
fuck,
the smite,
yep.
of course. Fuck. No! She wasn't expecting that. Oh, Lord.
If I'm not mistaken, because that was an attack of opportunity hit, her speed is reduced to 0
Mhm.
because of Sentinel.
Oh fuck, really? You bastards.
That is...
That is evil.
Wow.
That is evil.
Wow. Fuck. Okay, Roland, you're up instead. If I can't move away from you, I'll try and possess you, but you've got a really good save on this. You have to really roll low for this. She turns, grabs a hold of the spear and like almost spirals up it and tries to get into your mind. Give me the charisma save. Yeah, that's a success. How do you banish the spirit from your mind, Roland? What is your steadfast metal that keeps them at bay?
He's kind of, well, to be honest, he's thinking about his horse. His mind is not really there to be possessed. He's kind of filled with this kind of, just looking for my horse. What's it? Oh, it's a ghost. Oh. And
Yeah,
so-
there's just no coherent thought to get rid of.
And this is the thing with him, is often he's not looking after himself, but there is something else bigger and more powerful that's looking after him when he's not really always aware of what's going on round about him. So she's not really fighting against him, she's fighting against something a bit bigger.
She definitely feels it when that light blasts part of her form away. Ah, what is this? And her form is like disintegrating practically from that light. No, I have too much work left to do here. Roki, it is your turn.
I'm guessing hold person doesn't work on a ghost.
No.
It's
Ghosts
funny
are
as that
immune
would
to
be.
the paralyzed condition.
Well,
I'll let you know that one for free.
Let's just upcast the guiding bolt.
Oh shit, that might do the job though. Good lord, the radiant damage.
38!
My goodness.
Or not.
She's still going, but her form is like torn asunder. It's mostly just like a wispy form of her face you can just about make out. The rest of her is just torn like a gossamer curtain. She's going down. Snorb?
I mean, I suggest Snorp not attack her because the next attack is advantage. So I'd rather someone who's going to do a lot more damage than Snorp.
Yeah. Which
I'll
would be
call Roland.
Hold,
Sir
is it
Roland.
hold an action?
You can hold an action until after someone's attack.
Yeah, Snorp can just hold to like attack if she comes near him or something, I guess.
Or just until Roland's attacked. That's fine with me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, we'll let Roland go first.
Is she, what height is she at?
At the same height as you, because she rose up out of the body that was on the ground. So
Then I would
yeah.
be, because I'm mounted and using the
slightly higher.
retired knight fighting style, I would get the advantage on attack.
Yeah, you would. But I think she's already got a guiding bolt on her ass, so
All right.
let it fly. I guess that would make sense for Snob to attack then after all. Oh,
Well, the
boy.
advantage helped. The advantage really did help.
Let me guess. Oh, are you
Rolled a
sending a
7 and a
smite?
12.
No, because I've still got a bonus action attack that I'll use. And is it Alt I hold down for that, or V?
Yeah, it's
Which
alt.
one? Alt.
Oh, well, it's alt and V, I guess, because you're doing a. Is it
Oh
the
yeah, your
off-
pole arm attack, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's your pole arm, the butt of the spike, so it's both.
Oh.
Oh, my lord, 1 and a
Oh,
2.
no.
That was rough.
That's
I don't think
ridiculous.
Bless could help that.
Okay.
Oof.
Yeah, right, that's me.
She turns and sees your strike go awry there, and she says, "Even your gods will falter when the cold finally takes this land. There will be no followers left for them. Your light will die and dwindle." Raka, you're up.
Snorp.
Oh, Snob can do the thing. Yeah, go ahead. Roll a slingshot if you want.
Where do we have Snort? Where's the ghost?
The ghost is here, yep.
A little bit hard to see. Kind of the point, I guess.
Oh.
That straight through, like into the snow.
Lowest. Wait, why is it disadvantage?
No idea, you know. I really have no idea.
But it would be 15.
15. Oh, that does it then. Jesus Christ. How does Snort want to do this?
Snort,
Wait, that's enough? Wow.
Snort gets the killing blow. He was a fucking sniper today. Hit every shot.
Good shot from Snort. I imagine that it did pass straight through her, and she looks down like pathetic. And then suddenly you see her form just sort of rippling and then melting away into this ectoplasm. No. No, you can't banish me. No. And before her end, you see her eyes kind of look wide, and it's weird that the fact that he dies in this moment, she's not expecting the tiniest little kobold to deliver the blow. While she's fighting against godly powers, it's the kobold that comes in and snipes for the victory.
I also want to say that he rolled max damage 2 times and the other time 5 damage. Nor was
Damn.
killing
Wow.
Roland today.
Well, with that, you see the form dissipate, combat ending, and the spirit just vanishes away. In the
That was
distance,
unexpected.
By the way,
Yeah.
Senrith, I know
Yeah.
that we had the level up last session, right?
Mhm.
What happened to Snorp, by the way?
Norb absolutely levels up from this one. Yeah, for sure. Like, he just took out an agent of Oral. He should totally get a hit dice worth of HP. So we can roll it.
He should get inspiration for that. What a guy.
Uh-huh. I mean, does he also get a stat increase or something? Wait, can I see his stats?
Well, he's got a con of 1, so he can roll a d6 plus 1, I think. That makes
No,
sense to me.
Yeah, yeah, but wouldn't
Yep.
he be? Yeah,
Hit 11
Wait,
HP a
I'll
2nd ago.
do that for him. Roll.
Don't you dare roll a 1.
I'll roll a 2.
Good.
He gets +3.
That's
Alright.
something.
So he gets 3 extra HP. He's
Yeah.
on level. He's got 14 HP now.
Does he get a feat?
And he doesn't get. He's not like a player character who gets feats, but he does get more interesting equipment. Like, he's going to learn something from his inventor class, right? In other words, he's going to get either a skunk in a cage, or we can give him like a centipede on a stick,
How
a
about
scorpion on a stick, or
how
we can
about we give him ectoplasm on a stick?
ectoplasm on a stick. I'll think about that one. But he does seem to, I know what he's going to do, though. He's going to pick between some of the pieces here. Like, there's loads of stuff he can, like, buy from this little shop.
Mhm.
And amongst them, these are the type who would probably have those kind of weird, wacky things, like a skunk in a cage. A jar of centipedes. I'm gonna import some Kobold Inventor stuff for him.
That's awesome.
He's effectively leveling up in Artificer. And he says, "Wow, that worked. You see the headshot? Boom.
Good job, Snorp.
I need some magic stones for this thing."
I'm sure you did, buddy.
Oh. Yeah, there's only one true god. And their name is Tiamat. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Dragon.
You mispronounced Kavaki.
Yeah. Blasphemy. I cite Snorp for blasphemy.
Yeah.
Can I pull out 20 gold and say, I hope you understand we kind of had to get you guys to stand down, and that mercenary was not who they claimed to be. They just offered the gold out. That
Just
should make up for troubles.
get
I
that-
have
Get that body
have-
out of my camp. And yes, we'll take your
Absolutely.
gold.
Can I
Aw.
scavenge the body for some clues? You know.
Yeah, there
Yeah.
may be some clues. This man, he was clearly some sort of sailor, perhaps. As you investigate the body, you can give me a medicine check to determine who he is and how he actually died. Okay, so 13. Well, there's a lot of scorch marks on his body. Too many for you to really tell what's going on. But Roland, there is.
I think I'm doing a full body cavity search with that roll.
give him some guidance anyway. Fuck it.
Okay.
Make it 24.
24. Jesus.
Why
At
not?
24, as you're looking at his body, as he's basically like letting out his final breath, you see that there's actually salt water that comes out of his mouth, not blood. This man's been dead for a long time. and it looks as
Oh.
though he drowned, or something like that, perhaps. Maybe he's just been puppeteered by this ghost this whole time. But
That
you
sounds
imagine this man was probably just an innocent guy until this spirit possessed them.
I'm kind of glad he was dead before we killed him. Otherwise, I would have felt bad.
Yeah, it was weird. It's like the ghost must have preyed upon him like when he was in his dying moment. But there have been reports of boats that didn't make it through the sea of moving ice. Far too many glaciers just rip the boats in pieces and leave them stranded on glaciers. He might be one of those, but not too sure exactly. He doesn't have any more forms of like identification on him. Just the fact that he was wearing some sort of fancy mariner's outfit. He doesn't have any other possessions on him, and if he did, it's possible that the ghost simply discarded them, useless memories that he no longer needs. He was truly just a man.
And after investigating in the most horrendous and intrusive ways, I think Roland would say, and as a mariner and just a man, we should attend his body correctly and with the proper rights of his people. I don't know what they might be, but I imagine a watery grave would be appropriate. So we just start tending the body in some way and load them onto Colonel Sanders.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. In that case, you load up the body of Sefik Caltro. Very charred, but
Mr. Caltrap.
you can deliver him back to the sea, perhaps, or to the river or the lake, something like that. But
I'll take him to where the plesiosaurus is, because that would be a nice way for a mariner to be disposed of, but eaten by a dinosaur. That makes sense.
He's already. I was going to say Snob said he's already half charred. Why don't we cremate him and then take his ashes to the sea?
That's a wonderful idea, Snob, and I must be honest, I was a little bit concerned about where you were going with that one.
Snorbit hasn't eaten people yet.
You see, he was actually munching on some of the goods.
He already is properly marinated.
He's got like a turkey leg he picked up from here.
Excellent.
Does Snorp get honor for that?
Also, yeah, he gets honor. Also, I've been thinking, what should I get, guys? Should I get a flask of alchemy fire, a flask of acid? Should I get a pot full of slime? Or should I get a scorpion on a stick? Or a basket of centipedes? A swarm of a clay pot full of swarm of rock grubs? Or
I like the rot grubs.
I like the jar of centipede.
But
small bag of insects. I got wasps, some bees from good meat apparently, or there's a skunk in a cage.
Wait,
There's
they've
so
got
many to
vulture
pick from.
bees?
Yeah, I got some vulture bees. Yeah, he's just pick. I'll take a little screenshot of some of the things he can pick. Every level he'll get another one of these.
That's awesome.
And you guys can pick which one he gets. I'll copy this. Put it in the Discord.
Can I ditch Sir Roland and just be Snorp, because that's awesome.
This one, the one from the table, that's the alchemist flask, right?
Wasp nest in a bag? I want a wasp nest in a bag.
Yeah, I was thinking about the wasps or the jar of centipedes. Centipedes also bite, and it hurts a lot.
Oh, that's the acid. Oh, it's D8.
Acid and fire, I have covered. Don't worry about it.
Okay, then. All right.
I want a wasp nest in a bag in real life.
Yeah.
Is that the vote? Wasp nest in a bag?
Yep.
Absolutely.
All right. I'll take some of the vulture wasps, please. The vulture bees. They say, all right, here you go. I guess that guy's already paid 20 gold, so just take what you need.
That's good.
Out,
I hope
thank
the 20
you.
gold means you won't attack us on sight in the future. Bye.
How long are you staying in town?
Not long. I don't want to. All this heat. We're getting out of here.
How long are we staying in town?
I'm just trying to leave.
Yeah, they want you to leave as well.
Okay,
I've
then we leave.
upset these people
We got the
enough.
body.
Okay, nice.
Actually, before we go, I'm just going to ask her if they've got any cheap barding for a mount, specifically a giant chicken.
From the thieves. I'll tell you what.
What
There's a
thieves?
chance that they have something like that. It's probably a good 20% chance they have barding for something. So roll me a D100. You want to get 1 to 20. Nah, no. So that sounds like something you'll have to get. That sounds like a custom jobby, you know.
I'm never shopping here again.
I don't think they want us shopping here.
You sure you don't want to? I can't interest you in a broken loot.
You've lost my custom.
What about these knucklehead trout? It's like a mystery loot box. You might find a magical ring in one of them.
How much is the knucklehead trout?
Gold per knucklehead.
How many does she have?
That's expensive.
3.
Sorry.
Yeah, it is.
How
It's
much?
ridiculous.
How much were we offered for fishing a knucklehead trout again? A copper? 5 copper?
It is. Oh yeah, it's ridiculous. But she's upselling it by saying, "Oh no, but they're like mystery loot boxes. You might get a legendary ring inside of it."
How did it work again? We roll a 1 to 100, and on 100 it's
D100. Yeah.
Sure,
You have to roll a 100.
I'll draw. I'll take all 3, but sell me them at 2 gold for all 3. Discount.
Thief tools.
Roll me. They have thieves tools. Roll me a persuasion check if you want to get this for 2 for 3.
Sure, I'll
3 for 2 rather.
Persuasion.
You're just trying to get rid of them.
No.
An 8. Why have you got such minuses? Jesus. She says, no, it's 1 gold per knucklehead.
Yeah, sure. I'll buy for 3, and I'll roll all of them at the same time. So /roll 1d100.
Yeah.
/roll 1d.
Oh my god!
99.
That was so close. So close to a 100. But no cigar. You for a moment think, oh my god, I found it, and it turns out to be like a ball cap or something.
So I can't give him guidance for that?
Can I get guidance?
No.
Guidance? No.
I'm kidding.
Because
You
it's
can
like...
spend...
Sure, you can give guidance, but only if you roll a 1.
It's not skill check. You can't guidance it.
No. It's funny though. All right, you can.
You're just going for a fish. You're like, I can't find anything. I'm like, yes, you can. And then it's there. It's like when you can't find something, your mom's like, it's right there, exactly where you were looking.
Right. The important question is, how are we going to get my axe beak out of this tree?
Oh Jesus!
Out of the tree, there.
Oh god! Fantastic. All right, let's take you back to East Haven, and you can either let them know the good news. I mean, like the map. That's the wrong map. But hey ho. Are you telling them that you've dealt with it?
Let's just explain like what happens. Like it turned out to be a ghost that was possessing a dead person. Let's just say we did that because it's late. I don't want to go through the whole.
Yeah, we're gonna wrap up. Certainly. All right. Yeah, you relay the information, and you can incinerate the body, and Snob will carry the ashes, and you can eventually, at one point, perhaps return this man to the sea. But for now, you've finally marked off one of the first ever quests you got: the cold-hearted killer.
How the fuck would we even have fought that guy on level 1? We didn't even
You
have
wouldn't have.
Pyro,
You're-
though.
No, you're meant to get that quest to level 1 and then perhaps actually fight him at level 3. But yeah. Okay, so next session we'll see who's getting sacrificed to Oral. Be a lot of fun, and then maybe some goblins, maybe some Black Cabin action. We'll see, or maybe you'll even go deal with Kadroth. Discuss
what's-
in the Discord or in the in-game chat what you would like to do next. Just gives me a little heads up. What was you asking? Sorry, Roki?
What's the whole thing about them saying like they thought they escaped fate meant like they were supposed to be picked by the lottery, but because it was cheated they weren't, or was that something different?
Yeah, she was indicating that those who tried to cheat death ended up invoking it.
Oh, okay, so she was killing people who cheated the lottery. Fair enough.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and you're absolutely right in that she did have a resemblance to Ravison, the druid, all the way back in Lonelywood. And you remember she had a sister
Mm-hmm.
entombed
twin
in
sister.
that sarcophagus. She looks very much alike, and I'll drop her out in the Discord as well. But we will wrap up tonight's session. Good job, guys, and hope you enjoyed the council meeting. Hope you enjoyed the banter back and forth between the speakers. But
Apparently, we had a
we'll
way
see you
more
all-
efficient solution for the food issue than the other group.
Yeah, it did actually. That was a good shout by Roland, actually.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we'll see you all next week. Bye bye for now.